Today I have a little bit of a different video for you. I'm going to run you through my entire process of how I produce a podcast in Adobe Audition. I've been doing this professionally for over 5 years now, so I'm going to take you through everything that I use, all the tools that I use, any plugins that I use to professionally edit and produce podcasts inside Adobe Audition. So without further ado, let's just get into it. All right, so the first thing I want to note is that the screen might appear a little bit compressed. I'm on a little bit of a wider screen. This is 2560 by 1080. So the screen might appear a little bit compressed, but just know that what I'm seeing is not compressed. And the first thing that I want to go over is the layout here in Adobe Audition. Now, I'm going to go over some stuff here that it might seem a little bit beginner, but I just want everybody to be aware of what's going on. So I'll leave some markers in here if you already know what's going on with, let's say, the layout, so you can skip ahead and move around in the video if you want. So the layout I have in Audition here is I have my files up here in the top left. Below that, I have my effects rack, my properties, my markers, and the match loudness panel, all below the files. Now, this can be moved around. You can do however you like to have this laid out. You can do your own way, but this is just how I have mine. I have the main editor here, and then the essential sound panel on this side. That's the basic layout of how I like it. All right, next I am going to go over the preferences that I have in Adobe Audition, and hopefully I can remember everything that I've changed. It's been a few years since I've looked at it, but I'll leave the preferences on screen for each tab so you can look at them. So you can go up to here, you can go to Preferences, and you can go to General, or you can hit Control-Shift-K to bring up all of these preferences. And I will, like I said, I will leave up all of these tabs so you can take a look at it, but I will go over the ones that I know that I'm pretty sure that I have changed. So the first one is the mouse wheel zoom. I have it at zoom at mouse position. And that one, actually, I don't even know if I'm not even positive if I changed that one, but that one is very important to my editing technique. So that's basically when you're zooming in on the timeline, it's zooming in to where the mouse is being pointed, not to where the playhead is at. And then the default fade curve type I have on linear or logarithmic rather than cosine or S-curve. I just like the way the linear / logarithmic sounds more than the cosine. This is certainly just a preference for me, but that's just how I like it. Appearance, I don't have anything there. You can look through mine to make sure yours looks similar. I don't think I changed anything. Audio channel mapping is going to depend entirely on your setup in whatever audio hardware that you have. Speaking of audio hardware, kind of the same thing. You just want to make sure your input and your output are on the same page that are set to what you want them to be. Latency, it's not a big deal unless you are recording and you want to monitor yourself through Audition. I monitor myself through my audio interface, so I don't really need to mess with this latency at all. And then whatever sample rate you want your recordings to be at. Autosave, it autosaves every 10 minutes. You can change this for whatever you like. I don't think that I changed it at all. Control surface, I'm not sure. I think that's if you have like a third-party piece of hardware. Data, I believe I did not change anything here, but you can smooth or delete cut boundaries with crossfades and smooth all edit boundaries by crossfading. And this is in the destructive editor versus the non-destructive editor. If we are in like the Multitrack, which is a non-destructive editor, these don't matter because they will add crossfades no matter what. But if we are in the destructive editor, then it will not. You won't be able to see the crossfades being added. So it's just telling you here that they are being added. Effects, I don't believe that I changed anything through here. I haven't looked through these super carefully, so you can just look what I have checked and unchecked. Media and disk cache. You can always clear your cache, clean your cache database if your Audition is running super slow. You might be harboring more cache than you really need to be. Memory, I have pretty much all of my RAM reserved for Audition and Premiere. 6 gigs of RAM is for all the other applications. You can change this however you need. You can, move this up and down to reserve RAM for other stuff. Markers and metadata, I don't believe that I've changed anything here. Again, take a look. See if it looks similar to yours. Multitrack. Let's see. Default panning mode, I believe I changed. Left to right cut logarithmically rather than a -3 dB center cut. The reason I changed it here is because if you have it on -3 dB center cut, then you will be hearing the audio with a -3 dB cut every time you listen to it on Multitrack. And you don't want that. You want to hear, the actual audio that's going through Audition. So I have it there. I don't think that I messed with anything during loop playback, loop at the end of the last clip. That's always nice if you're looping things. Multitrack clips. I don't believe that I've changed anything here. You can take a look. Playback and recording. Let's see. Return playhead to start position. I believe that I have unchecked that. I think that comes checked. Auto scroll, I definitely do not have that checked. That is pretty important. You don't want auto scroll if you are using the same process that I'm using. And same with return playhead to start position. You don't want that checked. Play audio while scrubbing. You definitely want that to be able to listen while you are scrubbing. Spectral displays, I didn't change anything. Time display, I did not change anything. And then video, who edits video in Audition anyways. So those are my preferences. Hopefully that helped out. Next, I want to talk about my keyboard shortcuts, and this is the fun part to me. So you can hit Alt-K to bring up your keyboard shortcuts, or you can go into Edit Keyboard Shortcuts. All right, I have changed a bunch of keyboard shortcuts in Audition, and that is to keep my hand in one position and to be able to easily reach everything that I need with one hand. And I'll tell you, I'll probably show a little visual here of how my hand is resting on my keyboard, but my pinky is on my control key, my ring finger is on the Z key, my middle finger is on the X key, and my pointer finger is on the space bar, and then I can easily move around from there. So the first thing that I want to talk about is shuttle right. I have that mapped to the A key, and shuttle right just basically is like a fast forward key. It's if you hit A right now, it will play at 2 times speed. So that's a pretty used key in editing. The next one is Q, zoom reset time. What does that mean? That means that if you are very zoomed in, let's say you're doing some minute detail editing and you want to just check the entire timeline of what the whole thing looks like, then you can just hit Q and it will zoom all the way out and show the entire thing. And sometimes you just need to check what something looks like in reference to the rest of it. So it's mostly just to kind of get some perspective there. Z is another one that gets a lot of use, is ripple delete, time selection in all tracks. And that is if I have something highlighted on the track, it will collapse it and send absolutely everything on the timeline on all the tracks backwards with it. So it'll keep everything in time. So that's another one that I have that I use a lot. X is to select clips to end of session. And that is, if I hit X, it will highlight all of the clips after the playhead. And that's useful for if I don't want to ripple delete something, or let's say I ripple delete and I want to create a crossfade, then I can ripple delete, hit X to highlight everything afterwards. And that way, if I move that clip to get a crossfade, it will keep everything in time after the playhead. And that will make more sense. All of these will make more sense as we are going through them. And I'll try and be clear of what keys that I'm using when, but this is another one that I use all the time, hundreds and hundreds of times per edit. S is scroll to playhead, and that is basically like, that's why we don't need the auto scroll enabled, because we have this. So whenever the playhead is off screen, we can just hit S and go right to where it is as it is playing. And that is so we can do stuff outside of where we are playing. So we can move ahead in the podcast and make little edits that we know we're going to need to make as we go. And then if we hear a mistake, we can hit S and quickly jump to exactly where the playhead is. Okay, E is move playhead to endpoint. And that is, I'll go over this as we are editing. This one, I don't use as much, but we will be using it. D is the move tool. That is how we're going to be moving clips around more easily inside of the multitrack editor. C is split. That's kind of like your cut tool in Premiere, if you've used that, or if you're familiar with that. It's basically just like to split the clip in half wherever the playhead is. F, enable clip keyframe editing. Again, we will go over this, but that's just to turn on and off the ability to add keyframes to your audio. And it's really convenient. I'll show you why once we get going. V is the time selection tool. Again, I'll go over that once we get into it. Now, Control plus Q is to toggle looping. That's like if we have a section highlighted and we want it to loop over and over and over, we can enable or disable the ability to do that. Control A is to select everything on the timeline, period. Just select all. Control Z is undo. Control X is delete. Control C is copy. Control V is paste, obviously. Control N is to create a new multi-track session. And then we move to Shift. So Shift A, that is to zoom out full all tracks. That is not zooming out on the timeline. That is zooming out on all of the tracks that are on the left-hand side. So I'll go over that. That'll make more sense once we get it. Once we get into it. Shift S is to zoom in full on the selected track. Again, that is not zooming in on the timeline, but zooming in on the tracks to make the tracks bigger or smaller on the timeline. What do we have next here? Shift X is to zoom to preset 1. So you can set presets to where you want the window of time you want to be zoomed in at on your timeline. And this is super useful if you want to quickly be able to zoom in a ton without having to hit control and scroll and find your spot and all of that. So you can quickly zoom in to exactly one preset, and then Shift C is to zoom to preset 2, which is basically we can zoom in and zoom out very, very quickly with a set time frame. Okay, that is all of the keyboard shortcuts that I know that I have changed, or at least that I use all the time. I didn't necessarily change all of them, but that is all the keyboard shortcuts that I use on a daily basis. Okay, so with all of that out of the way, we can get actually into the files here. So to import files, we can just double click on this section here in the files window, or we can hit Control I. And I will highlight here, get those in. And right away, wow, we can see that Me Too. Okay, yeah, so this comes from a podcast called The Pilot Podcast, and where they review pilot episodes of TV shows. And they usually have two hosts, Me Too and BJ, and their guest is Andrew Fung. Right away, we can see Me Too recorded much too loudly. We can see a lot of clipping all over the place. Basically, the entire recording is clipped. So we'll have to work on that. BJ is looking pretty good. And Andrew Fung is also looking pretty good. All right, so the first thing I want to go over is you can see up here waveform is selected instead of multitrack. So what that means is basically Audition, you have a destructive editor and a non-destructive editor. So what that means is if I were to make an edit in this destructive editor, the only thing that I do in this destructive editor is some restoration stuff, make it sound a little bit nicer. I don't ever make cuts in this waveform editor or destructive editor. If I did, like let's say I wanted to cut all of this part out, and I'm gonna hit Control X here to delete that little section. Now that changed the audio file itself. You can see the audio file is now unsaved, and it is actually shorter. You can see 5924, 5924, and 5852. That changed the actual audio file, which we do not want to do. I'm going to Control Z there. So in the way that I edit podcasts is I don't ever do any kind of editing or cutting in this destructive editor. So we don't want to change like the length of the file. We don't want to change anything about the file other than the way it sounds. Okay, so when I come into a new audio file from Riverside, the first thing that I'm going to do is try and do some restoration to it. In this file, I believe, doesn't sound too bad. So I'll just pick a random spot here in the middle and listen to a little bit of it.
It's quite hard. It's well, firstly, I have a really amazing team around me. Like my best friend Scott Townend is the co-creator in season.
And you can hear even in this section here, there's not a ton of background noise. There's not like a big fan going or an AC humming, or there's not a ton of background noise happening. It sounds pretty clean. We can definitely clean it up a little bit more. What I like to do is go to my effects rack, and I have some presets that I have up here. All the presets that I use, I have a 0 in front of to make them appear at the very top, so I can always find them super easy. And I have restoration right here, and I have Isotope RX8 as a plugin. And if you don't know, you can go into Effects Plugin Manager, and you can scan for plugins once you download any plugins that you need, and they should show up in this effects rack. So if I want to add a new effect, I just go down to VST3, Restoration, Isotope, and then we can find all of our plugins there. I used to have Isotope RX10, but it was a subscription. That's why that was there. Okay, so we can go into our denoise, voice denoise plugin here by double clicking it, or you can go and hit edit effect. So we want to move our threshold, and usually what we want to do in this instance is make this threshold and reduction as low as we can while still making the audio sound good, while still reducing the noise in the background. But like I said, there wasn't a ton of noise happening here, so we can keep this threshold and reduction pretty low.
It's quite hard. Well, firstly, I have a really amazing team around me. Like my best friend Scott Townend is the co-creator. Um, in season 1, 2, 3, we've had wonderful showrunners.
And honestly, I think that sounds pretty good. This is a pretty good plugin of, even if you turned it all the way up, it's not going to sound that bad. It's going to sound, you can tell there's some artifacting involved, but this is a pretty good plugin for reducing that voice denoise. So I'm going to turn that down as much as we can. Mouth declick, I always have it set to the same settings here, pretty much no matter who it is. Sometimes I will change it depending on the quality of the audio or whoever's talking or the microphone or a bunch of other things. But my sensitivity I have at 2.7. I have a little bit of a higher frequency at 1.1 and then 0.8 on the click widening. And this one sounds pretty good, so we'll keep those settings. And then de-reverb. This one I try and keep pretty subtle. This can introduce artifacting pretty quick. And especially with this audio file, it doesn't have a ton of reverb anyways. Sounds like he's in a pretty good space. So what I like to do is keep the reduction pretty low. I can even move this one down a little bit to like 0.5. I started at 1. I don't usually like to go above 1. The tail length is at 1 second. And then I keep all of these the same at 6.
He's like very.
And we can check the reverb. So you can hear there's a little bit of reverb happening, which we are attenuating with this plugin. So it's not too bad. And those are generally the 3 big ones that I use for every single audio file that I come across. It's not huge. Sometimes they need more. Sometimes they need less. It just depends. It looks like Me Too might need a little bit more. So let's get that applied, and now it will apply all 3 of these audio effects. And let's do the same thing with BJ. Go up here to restoration. Let's listen to his without audio effects. And again, it's not too bad.
It is really about a happy family, and you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode.
Okay, yes, same thing. It's not too bad. We can hear a little bit of reverb happening, but it could be much, much worse. So let's go over to a point where he's talking.
That's so lovely, because what you said is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode. Is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool, and it is really about a happy family, and you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode.
Sounds pretty good. I think this is pretty good. And then de-reverb again. Let's see what it sounds like. Yeah, I think 0.5 is all we really need there. All right, so let's apply that. And then Me Too. All right. Let's add our restoration to it. But we will also, in front of this, so right there you can move these, you can move the signal chain around in the effects rack. So I just moved everything down 1, and then the first thing that we're going to hit this with is RX8 declip. So, it looks like this is pretty dang loud. The threshold, we're going to put this all up at minus 0.1. because so anything above minus 0.1 is going to be attenuated. We have minus 12 here. And we also have the post limiter. So even if audio does somehow, even with minus 12 dB and the positive declip threshold at minus 0.1, if it still gets above 0 dB, then we have a post limiter. So that will brick wall it, basically.
Looking in, I remember.
So this is with this declip plugin activated. So we're looking at how loud we're getting on the meter down here to see if we're getting loud enough that we need to probably add another one, or we will see. We'll see.
A lot of the difficulty around the ending of Kim's Convenience and some of the actors speaking out and having some issues. And so it's really cool to hear how you took that as a lesson for how to improve and do even better storytelling on your show. When you mention food, I think about their favorite thing ends up being like, and that is, I saw that on your social media that people were posting that and you were sharing it.
I think that's good. I usually just attenuate it by minus 12, no matter what. If it's already declipped, then it doesn't really matter how quiet it gets. We'll fix the loudness in the mixing process. So I just usually do minus 12 dB on the makeup gain to help with that. And then it's fixing some of this. You can still hear it. It doesn't sound great. I don't think there's a whole lot we can do there. It's not going to sound great just because this is so loud. This looks like a freaking sausage here.
Your like bathroom time and he puts his headphones on, and those scenes, just like how cute you are as friends, how funny, but also just like the intimacy and closeness of your relationship. And then there's the scene with Leo where he's like, I'm growing up, and he has this little a mustache that he's drawn on. And there's a scene where he gives you.
Yeah, okay. I think that's like as good as we're going to get. We could add another declip module, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to do. I think it's probably just going to cause more harm than good. So we're going to have these 4 modules here. And we do hear a little bit more reverb with hers.
Good advice about, we try not to do spoilers on the pilot podcast, but you get an opportunity for a dream job, we'll say. And he still a kid. Like, this is disgusting. I was cracking up at that scene.
If you're ever like unsure of exactly what a plugin or a tool is doing, just turn it all the way up, as far up as you could possibly turn it, and see what it sounds like, and then turn it all the way back down, see what it sounds like, and you'll really get a pretty good idea of what it's doing. That's what I did when I first was figuring everything out and trying to figure out what everything was doing. So I just turned this all the way up just to let you hear what, how this is reducing the reverb.
Like, started this show
and it sounds real muted and artifacty, and it doesn't sound great
on Zoom, or the makings of it on Zoom, because I think about the chemistry that you and the cast have, and I know that you call out the characters of Hudson and Leo, and I think about with Hudson, I was just rewatching the season 2 finale ahead of our conversation, and I think about when you need your like bathroom time. You are as friends.
And like the same thing, we can only get it so good. There's gonna be some reverb on this track. We can help it, but we can't eliminate it, if that makes sense. We just want to make it sound as good as we can. without overdoing it. We don't want it to sound super processed. So that's what we're going to do there. And I think that's like as good as we're going to get. So we're going to apply those. And Andrew's is done here. So we're going to Control Shift S to save as. And the original you always want to keep as a wave. The one that we're going to use for the multi-track, I would probably keep it as a wave. Sometimes I do save it as an MP3 just to save some space. It's really difficult to hear the difference in the end product. We'll keep it as a wave for now. The sample type, I edit usually in 44.1. I think most audio podcasts are probably done in 44.1. If you're the kind of rule of thumb, if it's audio, it's 44.1. If you're using video along with it, it's 48 kilohertz. That's a very loose rule of thumb, but I usually just edit in 44.1 with the rest of these settings. So we'll go ahead and browse, and what I do is I have an originals folder that I have all three of these in. So now that because I always want to keep the original file as a backup, I always want to have that original file that I downloaded from Riverside or from the client in this originals folder. And then we will go ahead and probably just rename this totally to Andrew Fung Edited. And I've already done this episode, so I already have all of these edited. So I'll just use those. But this is what I would do. I would just rename it Andrew Fung Edited, and then you can see I saved it as an MP3. So we went ahead and I would hit save there, and I would hit OK, so it would save. But since we already have them, we'll just use those. All right. So we can see here that we have a very much improved audio file for Me Too. It is no longer peaking incredibly bad. And you can see here that it even saves some of the dynamics in it as well. It's just not totally brick-walled. It's not going to sound the same. It's not going to sound super fantastic. You can see even like it's really pretty compressed before we even get any mixing into it at all. So we'll keep that in mind once we get into the mixing process. But it looks a lot better than it did before. Okay, now that we have our restoration done, we will start a new multi-track session. So you can hit Control-N, or you can go up to here, hit File, New, Multi-Track Session. And I usually name it the guest name or, whatever you want your title to be. And then AA for Adobe Audition, so I know that it is a Adobe Audition project file. Template, TPP for the pilot podcast, we can create a template there. We will just create none. And I will show you how I create those templates. Like I said, I usually edit in 44.1 kilohertz sample rate. We'll put it in the correct folder, the pilot podcast, Andrew Fung. We'll put it there. Okay. Oh, yeah. I've already edited this podcast, so we'll just add a 1 on the end of this. All right, so this is a brand new multi-track session that you will see the first time you open up a new one in Adobe Audition. And like I said, this is the non-destructive editor. This is where I do all of the main editing portion for every podcast that I do in Adobe Audition. And I'll run you through the layout a little bit. We have all of our tracks here. You can scroll up and down on our tracks just with the scroll wheel. And if you hold Control, then you can scroll in and out from the timeline. So one way we can import our audio files is to do that like individually, to drag them in. Or what we can do is highlight them all, and then we can hold Alt, and it will place them one on top of each other. So we can do it that way. That's a lot easier. If you just drag them in like this without holding Alt, it will drag them all one after another on the same timeline. And we don't want that. So we're going to hold Alt and drag it this way. And now I'm going to show you how I would create a template for this podcast. So I have all of the tracks that I need. So I would rename all of the tracks. So Andrew Fung, I know that is the guest, and the guest is obviously going to change episode to episode. So I'll rename that one guest. I will rename this one BJ, because I know the host BJ will be the same every time, and the host me too. And then probably we're going to need a track, which I know we're going to need a track for the intro and the outro music. So I'll say intro and outro, I/O. And then sometimes you might need an extra track for any templates that you have, or maybe some music that you need. There might be these tracks that you need for different podcasts. For this podcast, all we're going to need is the intro and the outro, and you can name this. You can obviously name these whatever you want. But I am going to delete these, and you can delete them if you highlight them with Control-Alt-Backspace. So all we're going to need is these 4 tracks, and we're not going to need this intro-outro track for the time being. So what I'm going to do is hover over to this little waveform graphic right here, and if you click on it, it'll collapse it. So now if I resize any of these, that will stay collapsed. And I'm resizing them by hovering over the tracks and just scrolling in and out, and that will resize all of these tracks. Or you can do it over here with this. Same thing with the mix. I like to just rename this master because it's the master. It's kind of like the master fader. Everything goes into this, so we can collapse that. Now, one thing that I do like to do for every single multi-track session, every single podcast that I do, is add a bus track. And I did that by holding Alt-B, or you can go to Multitrack Tracks and add a stereo bus track. We always mix in stereo. All of our multi-track sessions are in stereo. So if we add a stereo bus track, we can look at it here. Now we don't need this one, so Control-Alt-Backspace. And I like to rename this vocals, because all of our vocals are going to go into that bus. And I will explain what that bus is doing at a later date. And we will also collapse this one. Now, if you notice, we have a lot of dead space down here. We don't need any of this, so we can what we can do is like resize and try and finagle, what that looks like through here. We can just like resize it through here. Or what we can do is hit Shift. If we have like this one highlighted, we can hit Shift S to only show us this track on the timeline. And we can hit Shift A to show us all of the tracks. And we can resize it a little bit from there. So that is what the zoom out all tracks and zoom in full to the selected track means. So Shift S is to zoom into this, and Shift A is to show everything, all the tracks. So you can see we're not like zooming in on the timeline. We're zooming in on this, on the tracks section. All right, now that we have all of our tracks in here, I'm going to move some stuff around here. I usually like the guest on the bottom. That's just kind of, I'll rename these. This is just usually how I like things organized. Obviously, this doesn't matter, but that's just how I usually have them organized in my time frame. Now, that we have everything ready to go, I will go over all of the effects racks that I use. As a matter of fact, let's throw on the master effects rack. So I have it on my 0 base point master, and all I have here is a hard limiter. And this is just if you don't know what a hard limiter is, or a limiter is, it's just basically a compressor on steroids. It's everything. If it gets to -1 dB, so if it gets to that loud, then this will just cut it off completely. So it won't get above -1 dB. And that's just to cut anything off that might get that loud. Nothing should get that loud in the final product, but this is just to help us cut any clipping that might happen. So I have a hard limiter and then a loudness meter. I use Ulean loudness meter too. You can use whatever loudness meter that you want. And that's just to check for the overall loudness once we're done. So that is the master effects rack. I'll go over the vocals and then all of the individual effects rack as we go. But the first thing that I do when I finally get all of my clips in here is I do what's called strip silencing. And that's to get rid of all of like this stuff, where BJ is probably, maybe it looks like he's laughing here.
We gotta see the food. And so as you...
And it depends on the podcast. Some people like to leave those little laughs in. These guys generally don't like to leave a lot of crosstalk and stuff in there, like these little laughs.
My mom runs better in Vietnamese is Cariga.
It gets to be a lot. I get wanting to take them out because like it's good when you're in the conversation in real life, but then listening to it, it's like it seems almost forced, when somebody's laughing at everything that the guest is saying. So the first thing that I do is go through all of this stuff here. All of these little oh yeahs and laughs and
My name is Andrew.
little chuckles.
I
Thank
appreciate you sharing.
Oh, thank you. We don't need that. That's fine. That's great in the moment. But we don't need it in the podcast. Here,
Really, really good.
Yeah.
I don't think we need that stuff, so we'll get rid of all of this. And I highlighted everything on this track and hit Control X to delete it.
She's a great cook. Anything her mom makes is good.
That's true. Shout out to my mama. And
We'll leave all that for now. We highlight everything over here. Probably don't need any of that. And we can always bring stuff back in if we need to, but we're just getting rid of...
My name is...
We don't need those. Just getting rid of all of this kind of dead air, dead space.
yeah.
No.
That's a pretty big one.
Yes.
This is an express...
We don't need that, yes. All the stuff we don't really need.
Like as a character and as like a human being, so much of my like Carl Winslow, the amount of time, like firstly the BS he had to deal with Steve Urkel, like was also like he like when my son is just like out of control or like doing something, he's only 6. I'm just like, okay, be Carl Winslow.
And the shows get taken off stream.
Get Hulu up in Canada.
And if you're ever, wondering, oh, maybe I need to leave this in, you can just give it a listen real quick.
Your bad idea if you support my bad idea. And we're like,
As you can tell with these, this is like a laugh, ha 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 ha. Felt weird describing a laugh to you, but cut that out. We probably don't need even this big laugh here.
And I gotta say, just put it out there, the New Year's episode is my favorite.
Because like I was like, oh,
Just like don't need any of this fluff. There's like crosstalk, any of these yas.
Yes.
Yes.
yeah,
Thank you,
for having
Andrew.
me.
Looks like the guest does most of the talking in this episode, which is good. We want the guest to talk. We'll leave the very end. Get this stuff out of here.
I'm just
Yeah,
processing
it's
what
a
you've
lot,
shared.
yeah.
No, but I'm really grateful for all of.
And this stuff, like, she kind of reacts. Like,
No,
but it's just kind of reacts to what he says, so we kind of have to leave that little thing in there. And we might have to do that with something else. Okay, and that's kind of, it doesn't take too long. We just strip silence this whole thing, and this will, it'll take you a little bit longer the first time you do it. You'll have to probably listen to a lot more stuff. I've been doing this for long enough that I can kind of recognize what needs to be kept and what can be cut. So now we have 3 different tracks, all strip silence. So when one person is talking, there's not a bunch of background noise happening. There's not a bunch of laughing or whatever. So now we can go through and actually start the editing process. And you can see here this little blip. That's probably him breathing. Yeah, so we'll probably cut that.
Welcome.
We don't even want at the very, very beginning of this episode, we don't really need him,
Welcome to the.
There's going to be some intro music and stuff happening, so we don't need that little breath there. And so for every single clip, it's going to have an intro fade and an outro fade. It's going to fade into the clip and out of the clip with this little envelope right here. And what I'm doing is I'm grabbing this thing and holding Alt, and you can, move the cosine around, or the logarithmic fade around. And the reason I'm holding Alt is because it also works on the end here. Now, obviously, this one's a little bit different because we have such little tiny amount here, and at the end we have all of this dead space. So we can fade it all the way in, and honestly, I'd probably clip that out anyways. So when I'll show you in this whole thing. When we're moving this, I'm holding Alt right now, and we can move both in and out, fade in and out here. And it looks like we're probably not going to need this, but let's listen to the whole thing. And again, I'm hitting X, and then I hit Control S all the time. Every time I use a keystroke, I'm hitting Control S. There's really no reason not to. It's not taking up any extra memory. It's not doing anything extra. So I just have that in my workflow. Is like I hit X to highlight everything past here, and then Control S. That's just how I work. How my workflow works. Okay, so let's get started.
Welcome
to the Pilot Podcast. This week we have a special episode with a guest you may recognize
I'm hitting A to shuttle right.
previously.
from Kim's Convenience, and now run the Burbs on CBC and Hulu. Welcome to actor and comedian Andrew Fung.
Andrew. Welcome, Andrew.
Hello.
Would you like to introduce yourself to our listeners?
Good afternoon.
We don't need that.
Good afternoon.
So I hit X to highlight everything after this. Hit D for the move tool, and then now I can move everything. So everything stays in time after this. So when I'm moving this where I want it to, everything in the timeline after this is also moving.
So to our listeners,
Good afternoon, the U.S. of A. The U.S. of A. The U.S. The U.S. of A. My name is.
And I add a crossfade to every single clip. So no matter what, whenever you move a clip into another clip in the multi-track session, it will add a crossfade from one clip to the other. And that's just to add a little bit of a transition, so it's not, you don't get those like clicks, you don't get the abrupt transition. It kind of smoothly fades into one another.
Good afternoon, the U.S. of A.
And that doesn't
Afternoon.
Sometimes you need to leave these uhs, and that's okay. I didn't think that one sounded very good, so I'm just going to leave this
Good afternoon, the U.S. of A. My name is Andrew Fung. My name is Andrew Fung.
All right, so right there, I'm highlighting this hitting Z to ripple delete, X to highlight everything after the fact, D for the move tool, and then I'm moving this crossfade. So now I'm moving this tiny little minute detail, but everything is being moved after the fact as well.
My name is Andrew, U.S. of A. My name is Andrew Fung from up in Canada.
Even that doesn't sound great. So a little trick I'll use sometimes is instead of crossfading, oops,
U.S. of A. My name is Andrew Fung.
I will fade this out and fade this in. Sometimes that helps with the transition a little bit.
The U.S. of A. My name is Andrew Fung from up in Canada.
Sounds fine.
Happy to be chatting. Happy to be
chatting here, and I'm so pumped to do this podcast. I remember listening to it.
Like I was
driving to the science center.
To it. Like I was driving
To the science center with my kids, and so a Google alert came up.
All right, so right there, what I'm doing is I cut this out, and I hit Shift X to zoom in to make sure it looks good.
Like I was driving to the science center with
and
my
then
kids,
S to go to the playhead. And then once I'm to the playhead, I'll hit Shift C.
So a Google alert
So
came up.
S,
like,
Shift
this,
C.
This particular episode.
Then I'll zoom it all the way out.
This with my
Kids, and so a Google alert came up at like this particular episode. Are you gonna tag me in it? And I was like, oh, I want to listen to it. And it was really nice because like I like your point of view when you're doing shows, but also like
but also like one of my
You hear that weird, gross mouth sound.
one of my but also like one of my biggest
Still kind of hear it.
like one of my biggest frustration shows, but also like one of my biggest
frustrations at times is like a lot of reviewers in North America are often white, and so having like I always remember the first episode of Run the Burbs, and that's the one you watched. And there's a comment from like maybe a white comment
from like maybe a white comment.
Hear it all that.
Like maybe a white comment.
I don't know. But one of the reviews was like, well, this family's not very Asian. They're eating hot dogs at the barbecue. And I'm like, okay, yo, man. Yo, you gotta see my dad at
Okay, yo, man. You gotta see
my dad at a barbecue. Dude loves hot dogs, okay? Like,
when we're cutting, we really want to pay attention to breaths that are happening. We never want to cut any breaths off. So here you can hear him say, I don't think that this was necessary as another like, yo, man, yo. It was just drug on a little bit too much. It's probably, like I said, it's probably fine in the moment, but for podcasts, we want to keep it moving.
like, okay, yo, man. Yo.
We have a breath here.
Yo.
And a breath here. So we can leave this breath intact, but we're going to cut this breath off.
Okay, yo, man. You gotta see my dad.
You know what I mean? You can't hear this breath, but you can hear this breath. So you just don't want, you don't want two breaths, or you don't want to hear a breath being cut off. Like if you're...
And I'm like, okay, yo, man. You
can kind of hear... You don't want that. So really pay attention to breaths. That'll really make your edits obvious. And we want to make it so that nobody knows we were here. Nobody knows that we edited this thing. So just pay attention to the breaths.
You gotta see my dad at a barbecue. Dude loves hot dogs, okay? Like, I just like, to me it was like you boil it down. You think we're gonna have dim sum at this barbecue? No, like we eat
at this barbecue.
At this barbecue.
No,
like we eat. Like if you're like, cause like the thing is like when we're in North America itself is a culture. You eat barbecue food, right? And so in that moment I was like,
and so it's like in that moment.
All right. So right there, I was listening, but also working over here on these crossfades, or fades in and out of these clips. And then I heard an right here. So as I was doing this, I heard the and I immediately hit S to jump to the playhead, and I found where that was, and I was able to cut that out.
Right.
And so in that moment, I was like, oh, that's already going to be a bit of a struggle, because at times I think there's a bit of a disconnect. And so for me, so much of the show is just normalizing our existence in a North American context. But anyway, yeah, when I was listening, I was like, oh, this is really...
But anyways, yeah.
When I was listening, like, oh, this is really nice because it gives a specific point of view, and I love that with content creators. I appreciate you sharing that. Before we get into some of my questions,
We had this noise.
Creators.
That little, I don't know, he's messing with the mic or what. He gets super quiet.
Content creators.
Yeah, we don't want to cut that S off. So that's why I have such a tiny little fade, because you can't really see it here. If we raise you can see the S. It's starting to get kind of cut off. So we want to keep that. And what I'll do sometimes, like for this one, I might even highlight all of this bottom clip. So this is every clip from Andrew Fung, but I'm not highlighting any of the other ones. What I might do is go to properties and raise the clip gain. So every clip is getting raised. And right now it's obviously way too loud, but sometimes that's okay for editing. First of all, we have this limiter, so it's never going to start to clip, and we're never going to get that clipping in our headphones. And it will allow us to see little stuff like this when we're editing.
And I love that.
So it's louder, we can hear stuff that's going on better, and we'll be able to see more on the waveform. So I probably will do that with this, and then I'll probably do that with BJ as well. Me too, I don't think we really need to, but we'll raise it up a little. Because hers is just so compressed that I don't think we're going to miss anything from her waveform, but we'll see.
Content creators.
Hear a little weird mouth noise.
I appreciate.
Still can kind of hear it.
I appreciate.
Oh, it's in the beginning.
I appreciate.
Content creators.
I appreciate
you sharing that. Before we get into
Her track is so reverb heavy that it's going to be hard to make really intricate cuts like this. Like we're not going to be able to cut this out because it's so close to this word. So like if I play it from here, you can still hear this the reverb tail of this in the first bit of this word.
Before.
So if I make this cut, then listen real closely for the reverb tail. You hear kind of a jump edit, and it just won't sound very good. And that's the reverb tail of the
Before we get.
You hear that kind of it sounds like jumpy.
Before we,
and that's just because of this reverb tail. It's like you just can't do much about it. You got to keep moving.
Before we get into some of our,
we probably don't need this I.
Sharing that. Before we get into
some of my questions, I didn't even think about you and your family having barbecue in that first episode. But my family also.
But my.
Try and get rid of this.
But my family also.
Sounds good.
To the US, or to North America, I should say. And one of the first foods they fell in love with was barbecue. And my mom actually worked at a barbecue restaurant and became like something of a pitmaster as one of her first jobs in the US. So she has like a secret barbecue recipe that she uses. So similarly, I could, if there were like a show about my life, someone would be like, "There's no way these East Africans would sit down and have like ribs." But actually, my mom's ribs are really, really good. how dare they be proficient with meat? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, you gotta see, like where we come from, we love meat. This is an it always like it's so surprising.
This is an express. It's so surprising to me.
There's something we can do here.
This is an express. It's so.
We don't want to get rid of everything that's wrong here. All of the stutters, because then it would just sound like too sterile. But it does go on for a little bit too long. It's like maybe 3 or 4 too many. So we want to get rid of some of them, but we want to keep it sounding a little bit natural.
This is an express. It's so surprising to me. Like, this always comes up where it's like you see a thing and it's like, well, Asians don't do that. I'm like, well, hold up. You can't put all Asians in one. You can't.
Okay, this is a good opportunity for something that I call cutting on consonants. And it will help us to make some edits that are sometimes a little bit tricky. So you can hear he repeats, you can't.
You can't put all.
You can't. So he's like it's almost like an he's like trying to find his thoughts in this first you can't, and then you can't. So what I'll do is instead of trying to cut at the beginning of this you and the beginning of this you
can't.
Which actually sounds okay. But sometimes these are too close. Oops. If you double click on the clip, you can enter the waveform, the destructive editor, which we don't need to do that right now. Which it sounds okay here, I might even do that. But sometimes these are too close to each other, or there's too much reverb, or something like that is happening. So what really helps in this moment is cutting on these C's. So you can see like the waveform is much, much closer because they're higher pitched. The C's in K are very high frequency. So the waveforms are super close together, and they're really easy for us to fade together seamlessly. It's a lot harder for the human ear to hear the difference between different consonant sounds than it is for the human ear to hear the difference between different vowel sounds. So what I'll do here is I'll highlight from the beginning of this C to about the end of this C, and then hit X to highlight everything past, D for the move tool, and then just fade these together.
You can't put all Asian.
And I think that sounds great.
You can't put all
Asians in one box because there are so many Asians. But also, there's Asians within culture, but there's Asians within immigration patterns. Like if you're an Asian person living in Texas, you're different. If you're a Chinese person or a Vietnamese person living in Texas, you're different than living in Toronto or Winnipeg, right? And so
I don't love rights. I don't love, right. I don't love them in podcasts. You can leave a couple. It depends on how many times they say it. Usually if someone says right at the end of a point that they're making, they usually say it quite a bit. So I've trained my ear to hear those as something to get rid of. I'm going to get rid of this and see if it sounds bad.
different than living in Toronto or Winnipeg. And so
And we also got this weird mouth noise. And I don't think getting rid of that right sounds bad.
Winnipeg. And so
that sucks because you can hear his kind of throat like swallow.
Winnipeg. And so
I see you can kind of hear that little throat swallow. Yeah, throat swallow. The swallow he has coming into this word. But I'm going to leave it because I would rather have that than that gross. I hate those swallowing gross mouth noises. So I'm going to leave it as it is here.
or Winnipeg. And so I think
It doesn't sound perfect, but it's better than the alternative in my mind.
Winnipeg. And so
I think for me, like, that's the thing.
I think for me, like
That's the thing with storytelling is like we all have different stories, and something I've walked away with more and more is like it's less about authenticity and
more and more is like it's less about authentic.
Okay, this is a good example of an that we cannot cut. Because it goes into this word so quickly, and this word it's an M, it starts with an M.
More and more.
So it's really difficult to cut that M at the very beginning. You can even see in this waveform, it doesn't really stop. It just kind of, or, it's like it's one word. So we can't really, because it sounds like it's one word, we can't really cut that at the very beginning. Let's see what this sounds like.
With more and more.
It sounds okay, and you might even get away with this every once in a while. But I've done enough of these to know that usually that doesn't sound good. It sounds okay here.
Something I've walked away with more and more is
Still, I don't love it. And usually, if there's an they end their last word moving towards that sound, if that makes sense. So like
with
you can hear that little and that's kind of like that's moving towards that sound more than it is the sound. So it just kind of sounds a little bit unnatural. The actual edit itself right here sounds okay, but the flow of the sentence doesn't sound very good.
And
something I've walked away with more and more is like it's less about authenticity and more about specificity. It's being specific to this family, right?
See? And we're not cutting this breath. We're making this edit right at the end of this, right? And you can see this little section here is, I think, is the end of the T. And we're ending it right at the end of that waveform. So we can keep as much of this breath as we possibly can.
It's specific to these.
We'll probably get rid of that.
It's specific to these characters. It's specific to these characters. It's specific.
Yeah, I'm listening for that little tick in the background. I think it's within this breath, so I don't think there's much we can do about it.
It's specific to
these characters. So if you have a character of color, they shouldn't represent all 1 billion people. 1 billion people that fall into that category. They should represent specifically that one character, and then whatever is relatable to people that watch that show.
Is relatable
to people that watch that show. So, and then now you say I want to eat your mom's barbecue. That's all I'm saying. She's a great cook. Anything her mom makes is good. So shout out to my mama.
That's all I'm paying for. You say it, I want to eat your mom's barbecue. Like, that's all I'm paying for.
She's a great cook.
Anything her mom makes is good. So shout out to my mama.
True. Shout out to my mama. And speaking of telling
stories of specificity, I feel like we got to see a lot of that on Kim's Convenience and now with Run the Burbs. And I'm curious about, you have like several award-winning on Kim's Convenience. Did you bring any lessons from that show to Run the Burbs? I brought many lessons. Like, personally, I love.
When I'm listening, usually what I'll do is time the end of the last person speaking to the beginning of this person speaking. And I'd like it to be like under a second, just to keep things moving and to keep it sounding a little bit natural. So like I like to keep it at, I don't know, like 0.9, 0.8, something like that.
Run the Burbs.
I brought many lessons.
So there's sometimes if you're doing an interview online, there's that little bit of a lag, so it takes a little bit longer than it would in a normal conversation. Sounds so clinical. In a normal conversation to reply. So I like to just kind of, if I am wondering if there's enough time, then I'll see how much time lies in between there. And how I'm doing that is I'll highlight this section here. So from the end of this to the beginning of this, and then I go down here to the duration. There's a selection/view. I'm looking at the selection and the duration, and we can even move that from here, but really I never move it from here. I either move it from here, or I just highlight like this.
I brought many lessons.
Like, personally, I love making Kim's Convenience, and the show is such a hit in the US, like word of mouth hit. I love making it. I love being a part of it. And I think
there were some, and I think towards
the end, there were some criticisms on the maybe lack of Asian writers in the writers' room,
possibly at times
the lack of like cultural consulting, and really.
And really engaging.
Here we could probably make this edit because of what this word is. Usually, if they're starting the same word, we can make it pretty easy. Because the shape of the mouth and the shape of the throat, or the noise that's coming from the throat, again, it sounds so clinical, is the same. So we can probably find a good place. I'll usually like go right before or right after that word starts, make an edit, and then crossfade those together and see how that sounds.
And really engage.
I think that sounds good.
And really engaging with the performers and making them feel like they're part of the process. So when that all happened, like when that all happened.
Gross mouth
when that all happened,
like, for me, it was an opportunity to internalize it. And so on my show, having a really diverse writers' room, the one thing I request is that you have to have lived in the suburbs. Like I don't think I'm being unfair in asking that. I'm like, but you have to understand the suburbs to write about the suburbs. And then within that, we look for a wide variety of
And it's same thing. It's easier to cut this even though it's pretty close to this word. They're both starting with they're both starting with that kind of same shape of a word.
A wide variety of
backgrounds.
Backgrounds of background
Couple ofs.
of backgrounds.
Experiences. And that's really important. It's like lived experiences. Because I don't want to boil you down.
Because I don't want to.
Don't want to cut that breath off.
Because I don't want to boil.
And I'm telling you, sometimes milliseconds matter. Like that little bit right there. This little bit. It might matter. This one, I don't know for sure if it did. I just like to be sure. And what I'm doing here is I am looking at this clip and going right. So you see the waveform start right here of that or whatever word this was that we cut. I think it was I'm seeing these waveforms start here, and I'm cutting right before it. So that way we get as much of this breath as we can without any of the word that we're cutting out, and crossfading it into this.
Because I don't want to boil you down.
Just like your skin color.
What I want to do is, it also, works because usually when we take a breath, that's a very natural, we're starting a word very naturally after that breath. So I want to start this word at the exact same point as when we were starting this word, if that makes sense. I want to make this breath sound as natural as it can, because, we breathe differently depending on what velocity we're coming in with the word, if that makes sense. So I want to start this word at the exact same time as this word would have started.
Because I don't want to
You down to just like your skin color or your ethnic background. I actually want to know more about, like, what is your experience? What have you lived in the world?
At what point of view
When you bring to the show with cultural consulting, we have two cultural consultants: a Vietnamese cultural consultant,
a Vietnamese
cultural consultant.
Now this one's too close. That's almost one word.
A Vietnamese cultural consultant. We have a South Asian cultural consultant and a food
consultant, because so much of the show revolves around. Well, firstly, if you're gonna put people of color on TV, you gotta see the food. We gotta see the food. And so as you go deeper and deeper into the seasons, there's so much more of an emphasis on food.
Seasons. There's so much
more of an emphasis on food and how food looks and is portrayed. And it's been so nice working.
Get rid of both of those. The group that click,
and it's been
so
whatever you call that.
them, and then working with
the performers and making them feel like they have a vested interest. So, like in season 2, one of my favorite episodes is it's called Culture Fest, and there's a community culture fest, and there's a fight that breaks out between Hudson, our neighbor, and his curry chicken, and my wife and her chicken curry. And then my mom rolls in and says, "Oh, yours both look and smell disgusting. Mine's better." In Vietnamese, it's "Gà." And so it becomes a host curry smackdown, and that came from Jonathan just going on and
going into like
a Caribbean accent and saying like, "It's curry chicken, it's curry chicken." And so it's like taking ideas like that. Even our wedding episode is built around a joke that Ali Hassan had pitched us, because he has emceed so many weddings. And so we're always like taking ideas from our performers. In season 3, we're doing an episode where my sister, who's played by Kimberly Armstrong, Kimmy said, I really want to dissect the role of Vietnamese women in our community.
I really want to
dissect the role of Vietnamese women in our community. So it's like, okay, that's the inspiration for the episode. So it's always like connecting with the performers. Even Zariah Wong, my daughter on the show, turned 16, and she's like, I would love to drive. All right, we're writing a driving episode. But yeah, those are the 3 pillars of like.
But yeah, it's like those.
This one's tough. Because it's what I was kind of talking about. This breath goes into a so like the mouth is kind of open naturally, like and then there's a space, and then it starts with but yeah, so the mouth is completely closed for this but. So if we make this edit, what it sounds like is but, it's like the mouth is open and then instantly closed, which doesn't sound very natural.
But yeah,
so that's why, and you can kind of hear that little click, that mouth click too. But so what we're going to try to do here is just cut this and then leave a lot of this space.
But yeah, it's like those
and that's to make it seem like he's still thinking. It's leaving the same idea of the in there. It's like he's in thought in the middle of a sentence, but without the actual in there. So we'll see if that works.
All right, we're writing a driving episode. But yeah, it's those are
we don't need quite as long of a break, maybe.
But yeah, it's those
even shorter, I think, actually.
So, but yeah, it's
I think that sounds pretty good. We just need that little bit of a break here to break up the. It's basically to make it believable that he's closing his mouth. That sounds so bad, but going from a breath to an open mouth to a closed mouth word, and just giving that little bit of time in there.
So, but yeah, it's
those are the three pillars of like what I carry away from Kim's in the continuation of the work that Kim's did, and what I want to apply is like
did and
We don't need this other and. He already said and here. We don't need this.
Kim's did, and what I want to
apply is like Kim's was like really one of the first of its kind to feel so authentic and specific and grounded, and so to be able to like carry on that torch means everything to me. But those are like really the big lessons I took from the show.
like carry on that torch means everything.
So same thing with the consonants here. We can use it with the S. So means. So we can take the very beginning of this S and the very end of this S and fade those suckers together.
Means everything to me, but those
Oh, it sounds so good.
means everything to me, but
Those are like really the big lessons I took from the show. Those are some really
1.5 seconds. That's too long.
Those
And you got that gross ass mouth noise.
those are some really incredible lessons.
just as an observer looking at.
Okay, yeah, this is I and are kind of a similar mouth sound, similar throat sound. So we're gonna try and so you can see I left just the very beginning of that, because I want that throat kind of how they start the word. I want to leave that in there. You can hear, sounds pretty good.
Since I just as an observer looking in, I remember a lot of
The difficulty around the ending of Kim's Convenience and some of the actors speaking out and having some issues, and so it's really cool to hear how you took that as a lesson for how to improve and do even better storytelling on your show. When you mention food, I think about when your wife's character has her first catering job and her potential client looks at her Instagram and they're like, whoa, we want hamburgers and fries, we want to make sure we can eat the food. And so she tries to do the people pleasing and then ends up ultimately making, a mix of foods, and their favorite thing
their favorite thing
That sounds clipped. But also
their favorite
their favorite food, it's basically an
their favorite thing
ends up being like chutney dip and things, and so it's really cool that you layer in the food in addition to bringing in people's stories. And with that,
Run the Burbs is
I usually like to cut these
Run the Burbs.
But with the reverb, and you can see there's not much of a space in between the and the start of the sentence. I don't think this is going to be possible. So
With that, Run the Burbs
is like comfort television.
I don't like likes.
Comfort.
We don't need the like. It's not like comfort television. It's comfort
The
television.
Burbs is comfort.
Television. And that is, I saw that on your social media that people were posting that and you were sharing it, and it just really hit as a phrase for me. Like, it's just one of those shows that feels good when you watch it. And I'm curious, like, as an executive producer of the show, as someone who is in front of and behind the camera, how do you bring those elements of such like a comforting show to watch?
well,
Okay, so here I saw they had this mouth click. So if we listen,
Well-
gross. Don't like it. So what I did was cut that off, and then I'm gonna fade the breath in. The only time that I like to fade breaths are coming into the very first part of the sentence. Fading breaths in, unless you're fading them together somehow, fading breaths in usually isn't a great idea, but at the very beginning of a sentence, at the very beginning of someone talking, it can sound okay.
well,
Even that, it's like, it doesn't sound fantastic.
well,
That sounds better. Just a little bit of a fade, just to get rid of that stupid mouth noise. God, I hate that click. 8/10.
well, I will say what I really
like of your when you reviewed the pilot episode was like you were just talking about comfort. You put it on when you're like eating or like doing stuff, and I think you also reference like I think we need to talk about trauma in communities.
What happened
I
here?
think you also reference like I think we need to talk about trauma in
So, like, I don't think we need this whole sentence. You also reference, like, and then he just kind of starts a new sentence. So, like, this doesn't really make sense. He's starting one thought, but then he realizes he can say it in a different way. So we can kind of get rid of all of this.
eating or like doing stuff, and I think we need to talk about
Ooh, hear that? 2 breaths. Don't like that.
I think-
Don't like that. So let's get rid of all of that. Let's see if we can.
stuff, and I think we
Ooh, I think I like this breath more. So what we're going to do is find where that word starts.
and I think we need to talk about
Ooh, I think that sounds good.
stuff, and I think we need to talk
Talk about trauma in communities of color.
in communities
Of color. Because so much of the content I feel being created is often rooted in our deep trauma, which is great because I think it's a way for us to process it, for us to educate and to share. It's therapeutic. But there is something about, at the same time, of like having a show that isn't rooted in our trauma. And what we wanted with the show was just to show a family living their best life. Because like suburbs are often really the only place where families of color, new immigrants, can have a home, can own a little bit of land, can have
can own a little bit of land, can have a home,
can own a little bit of land, can have a yard.
a yard.
You see, I left just a tiny little bit of that word, and that was on purpose. And we're going to fade the beginning of this word into that to make it seamless.
Can have a yard. Have a yard.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Can take their can
We're running into the open mouth breath, if you will.
yard. Can take their have a yard. Can take their
No, don't like it.
yard. Can take
Kids to the park. And so oftentimes we look at the suburbs and you see like just like wonderful little communities pop up. Like I was talking to my friend the other day.
like I was
We can get rid of like. No problem. That has 2 words that we don't like.
talking to my friend the other day. Communities pop up. I was talking to my friend.
And we have this open mouth breath, right? Open mouth breath. Oh, that doesn't sound pleasant. And then we have a word that starts with that open mouth. I.
I was talking to my friend.
Yeah, sounds good.
I was like, oh, you're talking to this new restaurant. I'm like, oh, where is it? Little India? And Little India in Calgary popped up literally in the middle of this industrial area where there was a bunch of like open buildings and no one would rent them. So like the Indian community came over and took it over. And so I love that. And so we're in the suburbs.
Gross little mouth.
We're in the suburbs.
We never see ourselves in the suburbs. You never show us in the suburbs. And so it's made out to be this like white picket fences, white family dream. When in actuality, what I think has happened is like the suburbs were actually created, or like in the last 30 years, have really like expanded for families of color to be able to own a home. And so we wanted to like take that.
It's a big one.
And so we wanted
Again,
and so
open
we
mouth
wanted
and.
to like
Like take that and create comfort television to show a family living their best life. We didn't want to just root it in trauma. What we wanted was to layer in the struggle in a way that didn't bring this family down. And I'm not sure if you got in the second season, but the beginning of the second season, there's the cold open is Camille's in line.
the cold open is
Don't need it.
the cold open
Is Camille's in line for ice cream, and she's having a tough time deciding. And the person behind her says, "Just pick a flavor and go back to your country. We don't have butter chicken ice cream." And in that moment, she rips him apart. And we put over this classical music, and she's like cutting him down, and the audience is just like, "Oh my god!" And the guy runs away. And then she goes back to ordering ice cream.
and
Then she goes back to ordering ice cream. Because when we encounter moments of racism, prejudice, barriers, we have to deal with it and move on with our life. We don't have like we gotta go to work. We gotta raise our
Something here.
we don't have like we got to go to
I don't think we need any of that. I'm going to highlight a little bit more.
we got to go to work with our life. We got to go to work.
we gotta raise our kids. We gotta go to school.
Yeah, I don't think we needed any of that.
We have to take
Take care of our family. We don't have the opportunity or luxury to be able to be like, oh, like, let me dissect this and like let me make it all better. It's not all better in the world. It might happen again tomorrow. And I remember
Gross mouth.
and I remember the
I'm not saying he has a gross mouth.
network note on it was the cold open existed, and they're like, we would love like a whole episode where we deal with it.
I pushed back and I was like, we don't get episodes to deal with it in our life. We don't get to just deal with it in 22 minutes and it's better. We have to go to bed and wake up and hope and just like hope that
All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to highlight this, hit C to make these cuts. I'm not deleting it. Oh, right. Okay. You know what? Instead of cutting it, I'm just going to go into the actual. So this is, again, I'm not making any cuts in this. This is the destructive editor, the waveform editor in Audition. And he really pops the microphone here. So I'm going to go in here and just move that down about 8 dB.
Hope.
And I think that will sound better. And we'll save that.
Hope.
Just like hope that the world is a better place.
And I think that will sound a little bit better once we get once we mix the whole thing. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
And just like hope
That the world is a better place. And like really that's it. So for us it was like creating a comfort show, showing this family living their best life above everything else. And that was the joy, because to me, by showing our resiliency and our strength as a family, strength as a community,
community. I felt like it was like a new.
Gross mouth.
I felt like it was like a new. I felt like it was a community. I felt like it was like a new point of view, and I am really inspired by like
Family Matters was like a show I grew up with loving, and like you don't really understand like how important and amazing that show was, because at the end of the day, Carl Winslow, Harry Winslow, they always just like, wanted to take care of their kids. No matter what happened at the end of the
no
matter what happened at the end of the day, it was about
no matter what
happened at the end of the day, it was about the family unit. It was important for me to kind of carry on that tradition. Because at the end of the day, it was about the family.
Ooh, don't need that.
This family.
That's cool that you got to honor that show too during the
8 9/10 of a second.
This family.
That's cool that you
got to honor that show too during the I remember you telling the guidance counselors in the season 1 episode that like your parenting advice partially comes from, or your theory of parenting partially comes from Family
matters.
Like as a
Actually comes from Family Matters.
Usually when it comes to the transition from one speaker to another, I like to listen to that in real time. Especially if it's something like this where they're like overlapping each other. I'll slow it down and listen to that real time.
It comes from Family Matters.
Like
just to make sure it sounds good, sounds okay.
As a
character, as like a human being, so much of my Carl Winslow, the amount of time, especially the
This will probably need to keep this because it's kind of a transition. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. Like if let's say we cut this.
Human being, so much of my Carl Winslow.
It's okay, but he just kind of ends one sentence and starts another completely, and it's like you kind of need that as like a transitional thing.
Like Carl
Winslow, the amount of time, especially the BS you had to deal with.
There's enough emphasis behind that that I'll keep it.
Like it was also like when my son is just like out of control or like doing something, he's only 6. I'm just like, okay, be Carl Winslow, and
I'm just like, okay, be Carl
Winslow, and Carl Winslow had his line. It's like 1 2 3 2 1 1 2 3. What the heck is bothering me? And Carl would recite that. And I love it because like, I think like the shows of that.
Yeah,
You get rid of these like. Oops.
The shows
of that era are something that I love.
Are something that those of that era are something that I love.
And one of the comments we get is like we are a bit of a throwback to that time of having a sitcom you can put on and watch, and first it leaves you
watch, and it doesn't.
We can do the cut on consonants for this D sound. So what I'll do is highlight the very end of that one and the beginning of this one, and then fade them in.
Watch, and it doesn't. Firstly, it leaves you feeling good as you walk away.
But it is a slice of life, and that was something we wanted.
And that was something we.
Generally, when you're cutting an all of this space probably needs to be shortened, because you're not getting the key that they're thinking about something. It's when you have an and then they have like a space that's this long. As a listener, it sounds natural because they said they're thinking of what they want to say next. But in this case, when you cut the it just sounds kind of like they just stop talking for a little while and it doesn't sound very good. But if you shorten it,
Was something we
then it sounds a little bit more natural. The flow sounds a little bit better.
life, and that was something we wanted.
And it's interesting again. It's like when the show premiered, I know there's some people just like, wow, is that like, where's like, it's not really rooted in like Asian trauma. I'm like, why should it be? Like, I think it's actually concerning that.
Why should it be? Like,
I wish I could cut this. Doesn't look like there's enough of a gap there.
why should it be?
No, not good.
Like,
I think it's actually concerning that you're programmed and trained to expect only Asian trauma, right? And I oftentimes
right, and oftentimes I trauma, right, and
I think we cut all this.
often
I don't like to fade into words. So like there, I just made a mistake. I faded all the way into this. Even that little bit, I don't like to do. I like to keep it at the crossfade needs to end right at the beginning of the word.
oftentimes
I find like the children of immigrants are so loving because they're expressing the love they didn't get when they were kids. And
Gross mouth.
and I really carry that, and I really
carry that with me because I see so many of my friends. I grew up in the Northeast of Calgary, which is like very culturally diverse, and so many of my friends, like we are so loving as parents. And we've all agreed that it's because growing up, our parents were either working like 3 or 12 jobs. They straight up weren't there, or we just didn't have
jobs. They straight up
Same thing. We need to shorten this because we got rid of that.
they straight up
Ugh, gross mouth.
they straight up weren't their jobs. They straight up
weren't there, or we just didn't have. There's a lack of communication where they couldn't say they loved it. They didn't know how to say it, or the way they showed it wasn't the way we were raised to expect it in like a North American culture context. So
it was important
Okay, we need to shorten this because we got rid of the and then we need to get rid of this gross mouth noise.
to
show the love of the family, right? But yeah,
Sounds good.
context. So it was important to show the
love of the family, right? But yeah, it really,
And this is it's an open mouth breath, but there's enough space to where
it was important.
It was the mouth kind of changes shape when it goes into it, but I think there's enough space here that it makes sense.
It was important to
show the love of the family, right? But yeah, it really, we always remember that when we cover television. I think even on season 2, we expand on that. Season 3 is even more. It's like, I think we really lean into it. Just be the parents that, one, people ask, like, oh, I wish we had those parents growing up, or two, it's the parents I see around me. I think that's so lovely.
I think that
It's a long gap. How much time we got? Almost 1.9. Holy smokes. Let's lower that down.
I see around me.
I think that's
So lovely because what you said is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode. Is like, I wish my parents were like that. It's so cool, and it is really about a happy family. And you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode feeling good, which I feel like we need more shows like that. Nietzsche and I often talk about the negative things in the world and vent to each other. And sometimes when we watch shows, I just straight up say, I don't want a show all about trauma, especially for me. If it's a show all about slavery, being black in the South, I don't need 30 minutes to know why that is bad. I can figure that out later. And I think it's good that you can bring some of that in, but just remind everyone they're also a loving family just living their lives. And with that, and telling that story, you created the show, you're an executive producer, and you're writing some of the episodes. How do you balance all of those roles and star in the show? You're doing a lot. Oh, it's not easy.
What are we doing here? Let's delete that gross old mouth noise. Move this in. This little chuckle. It's a great question, and it kind of like makes it sound like it's not serious. So I will get rid of this, and this is going to leave us with this little empty gap here, and this is what we're going to put some stuff on the vocal bus track to help us out with this. We're going to put a little bit of tape noise in the background. It's subtle, but it helps with this complete emptiness to where it sounds a little bit like room noise. So we'll leave this empty, and we'll use that as our tool. 9/10. I like to do about 8/10.
in the show. You're doing a lot.
Oh, it's not easy. It's hard.
Can't really.
It's hard.
It's quite hard. Well, firstly, I have a really amazing team around.
It's
I don't think we even need this.
quite hard.
Oh, maybe we do. That doesn't sound good.
hard. It's, well, firstly, I have a really amazing.
Yeah, I think we need that.
It's quite hard. It's
Well, firstly, I have a really amazing team around me. Like my best
That's
friend,
all
Calvin, is the co-creator. In season.
Can't always get rid of all of them.
in season.
Gross mouth.
In season.
1, 2, 3. We had wonderful showrunners. Season 2, Anthony Q. Farrell came on board. He wrote on The Office.
He wrote on The Office. He wrote.
I think we need more of a gap there.
He wrote on.
See, even that, there's this little gap right here. What is this? Not even 100th. It's like about 100th of a second. Oh, I'm sorry, 1/10 of a second. Yeah, it's about 1/10 of a second. Even that, I think, made a huge difference. This little clip right here. Like when we cut it all the way to here, I don't think that sounded good. But when we cut just to the end, and remember, I was just cutting right when this waveform ends, like right when that waveform ends. I'm cutting that, and I'm trying to cut at as close to the beginning of this as possible. You still want to leave a little bit of room here at the beginning, just because of when people go to say they have that little throat noise before the so you don't want that in there, and that's usually pretty small in the waveform, so I leave like a couple of milliseconds before that. So I cut that, and then we get rid of this disgusting mouth noise.
He wrote on The Office.
Sounds great.
Showrunner of the year up in Canada. I think he's one of the first, or like only black writers in The Office for a long time. And so having him to kind of, and he's a dad like me. He's like very much like me. So him always like, him and I always having conversations.
So him always like.
Okay, same thing with the consonants. The H, him. That's like right here. You can see it's higher frequency. So I'm going to grab the end of that H.
Him always like. Him and I always having conversations. So him and I always.
Sounds great.
Me. So him and I always having
Conversations. In season 3, you end up
having conversations. In season 3,
you end up came up as a writer.
Came up as a writer in season 1.
Sometimes I'll get rid of these little noises, a little emphasis before the word. But sometimes it sounds natural. I think this sounds good.
Came up as
a writer season 1 and 2. Now co-starring with Jenica Harper. Again, live in the suburbs. Jenica's a mom, newly a South Asian woman. Her and I came up through improv together. We have a great relationship. And so it's just a really great team. I have a wonderful assistant. Her name is Alexa. And it's so funny because
it's so funny.
We want to keep as much of a gap here after the
And it's so funny because every time
we say Alexa, someone's like, do you mean like the app? Is it?
It's like if we... this one might actually sound okay.
And it's so funny because every time it was Alexa. And it's so funny because...
Yeah, I think that sounds too quick. The way he starts that, and with the cadence that he has this start of the sentence with, I think he'd kind of need that little bit of a gap.
And it's so funny because every time...
I say Alexa, someone's like,
and it's so funny that...
Do you mean
like the app? Is your sister just like a Google app? No, like no, it's a real person. She like works.
She like...
We have 2 breaths here. We don't want to conflate those.
She like works... She like works
lines with me, and she's always like, her and I do improv together.
No, thank you with that.
Her and I do improv
together. I did improv together for years, and she's always like giving me tips. I'm like, it'd be really funny if you did this. So season 3, Andrew really leans into being like a dad who's just trying. So she's like, okay, do a thing where like when you're talking to kids, you try to dab and like make eye contact, like you're just like unsure, and it comes out so sad and pathetic, and it's so funny. And we just have like millennials try to talk to their kids. So like her. So it's really just having.
The only time, excuse me, the only time that I like to fade words in is on these consonant sounds, mostly usually just S's. This is like an SH.
So it's really...
Oh no, so.
So it's really just...
And you can fade, you can see I don't even fade it in that much, but this is the only word that I've faded in this whole time, and that's because it's an S sound. And those consonants, you kind of have a little bit of a leeway with those consonants in general. Keep those consonants in mind when you're editing. They're powerful.
So it's really
just having an amazing team. And obviously, CBC and People One, the production company are great. But I will say this.
Okay, we have a long pause here. We're going to get rid of some of it. And get rid of that gross mouth noise.
But I will say,
yeah, the only thing is I hit X to highlight everything, and Control X is delete. So sometimes you'll see me delete everything afterwards, which is fine. I can just Control Z that.
But I will say this. It's
love this little. Yeah, we got to keep it.
It's hard. It's hard.
And I remember in season 1, I was a few times I was like really struggling. I was like stressed. Firstly, I was dealing with the fallout of Kim's, and the show was fast tracked. It was like we were moving so fast to get the season done. And Catherine Reitman, who is the star showrunner creator of Working Moms on Netflix, her and I would just chat, and she would just write me the most like positive, encouraging messages, just like you got this. You may go back to your hotel room and cry, but you got this, and like stuff like that.
I'm always reminded.
Ooh, this one we might not be able to get rid of.
I'm always
the reverb, the dang reverb. We'll try it. I don't think we're. No.
I'm always reminded
by the people that were
Bummer.
really, really supportive, and so she was really great. Ronnie Chang, when Ronnie Chang found out I got the show, he sent me like 1,000 Instagram messages.
Oh, the bumping of the mic.
When Ronnie Chang found out I got the
Show, he sent me like 1,000 Instagram messages, just like, don't let them push you
kills me.
around, don't let them take away your voice, and he just was like, you gotta fight for your stories and your point of view, and so like
he just was like, you gotta fight for your story.
We got 2 fights.
Fight for your
F. You know what F is? It's a consonant, baby. The end of that F. The beginning of this F. So what I'm doing here is I'll highlight all the way, maybe scroll out, find this F, and I want to scroll in to get it real, just so right. And I'll hit Z to ripple delete. But now I'm nowhere near the edit, so I'll hit S to jump to the playhead. Now I'm right on the edit.
fight for your story. And he just was like, you gotta fight.
When you make an edit like this, you don't just want to listen to just the edit, like right here.
Fight for your.
Yeah, okay, sounds fine. But how does that sound in the context of the rest of the sentence? So you want to go like a couple seconds back.
Voice, and he just was like, you gotta fight for your stories and your point.
And I think that's
You gotta fight for your stories.
and your point of view, and so like he was so great at it. And like Paul Simon Lee, who's Kim's Convenience, Carson Teva, and Mandalorian, like he's one of my best friends, and so he's always just like, got it, brother, always support me. And so I feel like I've surrounded myself with really.
I feel like I've
surrounded myself with really good people, and obviously my wife and kids. Just like so this is a side.
and get rid of this whole thing here.
So this is a side. Just like, so this is a side.
Maybe we'll use this other breath. It's a little bit more of a, I'm going to make a huge point here. We got this stupid mic bump in it, which I really don't like.
It's just like, so this is a side note, but I find often.
I think it works. The breath works better. Unfortunately, we have this stupid microphone bump here, but I think it does sound more natural.
Just like, so this
is a side note, but I find oftentimes like I think our parents often.
I think
I'm going to get rid of even more of this little gap here because we cut that and get rid of that mouth noise.
it's like, I think our parents
often hid their
hid.
Whoa. We'll highlight just this section here. And just turn it down. There's not a ton you can do here. You could add a deplosive to it. We do have that tool. We'll wait till this saves. But we do have the VST Restoration RX8 deplosive. We can try it. Oops. So this is where I would want to listen to this on a loop. So I'm gonna hit Control Q to enable looping. Now if I hit play, it's just gonna loop. I'm gonna listen to it over and over, but we want to loop it. Boy, it does not sound much different. That sounds good. So this is just basically cutting all of the low end. Instead of just lowering the entire decibel level of it, we're just going to lower the low end around 50 hertz. 50 to 100 hertz, I believe. Not great. Not a great solution, but what can you do? That's why plosives are so... You don't want any plosives in your podcast because they're pretty difficult to get rid of. And Control Q to disable looping. If we had that loop enabled, every time we would want to make a cut here... Oh, man. Every time we would want to make a cut, it would loop. So, like, let's say we're listening to this. You know, if we want to keep listening, you know, we want to maybe highlight this, but then keep listening. So we want to disable looping.
Struggle or hidden.
You know, I think we can get rid of this because this is an S. So I'm going to do that, but instead of fading this in, I'm just going to fade this out. I'm going to fade this S in a little bit.
Struggle or
again, I might be crazy, but I think these S's, these especially S's, sound okay being faded in.
Sometimes even hid their jobs from us.
You know,
Ugh.
You know, if parents are working.
Okay, there's a lot we get rid of here.
Parents are working. Sometimes even hid their jobs from us. If parents are working
a couple jobs or 2 or 3 jobs, I think they may have felt it was not a good thing, or maybe
they felt it it was not.
I don't think we can do anything.
Felt it it was
Nah, I can't do anything. I might be able to do that.
It was a struggle. They didn't It was a struggle they didn't want to show their kids, because
I think that sounds okay.
Not a good thing, or maybe it was a struggle they didn't want to. Good thing, or maybe it was a struggle they didn't want to.
I think that sounds good enough.
Show their kids.
So they oftentimes immigrant parents kind of make life to be the best for their children. That's what they want. But I actually think my relationship
I think we can get rid of that little mouth click before the breath. I think that works.
But I actually
get rid of this one.
But I actually think
my relationship with my dad became at its best when he brought me to work with him.
Not really much we can do. We'll go in, lower that down.
Came at its best
when he brought me to work with him. I was 14, legally able to work in Canada. I don't know what it's like in the US. And he's like, "Do you want to come work with me at the factory?"
And he's like, "Do you want
to come work with me at the factory?" And my dad,
ran a
metal factory, welding and medical, putting screws in, stuff like metal frames and stuff. And I went with him. And he paid me $6 an hour, which was so much money, and it bonded me with him because I got to eat lunch with him every day for summer.
I got to
see my hands were sometimes they were cut out. They were so dirty. I came home just exhausted, and I was like, "Oh, I get it." And so I really tried to include my kids on the journey of my job. So I bring them to show. If I'm doing a comedy show, I'm like, "Yo, you want to come?"
If I'm doing a comedy show, I'm like, "Yo, you want to come?" If I'm doing a comedy show,
All right. This is where milliseconds matter. So I don't know if you heard that before when I had it here. You see this little tiny waveform right here on this clip? This little tiny waveform, you can kind of hear his throat noise coming into this word.
It
doesn't sound good, it doesn't sound natural. But then if we just remove that little bit.
If I'm doing
yeah, to my ears, that sounds much better. That sounds much more natural. You don't have that clear edit point. That sounds pretty bad.
So I bring
them to, if I'm doing a comedy show, I'm like, "Yo, you want to come?" If I'm going to another city to host an event, I'll be like, "Hey, do you want to?"
If I'm doing if I'm doing a
comedy show, I'm like, yo, you want to come? If I'm going to another city to host an event, I'll be like, hey, does one of you want to come? We'll make it a guys trip.
I'll be like, hey, like, does one of you want to come? Like, does one of you does one of you want to come? And I'll be like, hey, does one of you?
Again, because this is a consonant, I feel a little more comfortable fading this in.
Hey, does one of you want to come?
We'll make it a guys trip.
We'll make it a guy. We'll make it a guy.
The K, it's not quite as obvious, but the K. And make.
We'll make it a guys.
Sounds good to me.
Want to come? We'll make it a guys trip.
I think by them being a part of it, they become a really big part of my support system in my work.
In my work.
And so yeah, it's kind of related to question. Like I try to build up really good.
And so yeah, it's except. And so yeah, it's
kind of build up really good support around me. So my family is definitely a big part of what I do, and I think it's like reflected in my work. Because I'm often using what they do in real life to bring it onto the show. So I think yeah, but yeah, it's like having good friends and family around you is really a job. But like, in order for this industry to be able to tell more specific stories and more well-represented stories, it's what we gotta do. We just need creators to be put in these positions, right? We gotta stop canceling their shows after a season.
I follow.
No, I think. Gotta keep this.
I follow so much of the U.S. trades because like so many of those diversity positions were eliminated in the last year. So many of the BIPOC execs.
So many of the.
You see this little bit of waveform that I left.
So many of the BIPOC BIPOC.
Just get rid of a couple of those.
The BIPOC
execs that have been brought up are like
on now. So execs that have been brought
up are like gone now. So it's like we gotta keep
in the last year. So many of the BIPOC execs that have been
brought up are like gone now. So it's like we gotta keep fighting that fight to be able to tell our stories.
And the shows get taken off streaming, not just canceled. So you
can't
continue supporting them.
Yeah, that's
American.
And the shows get taken off
streaming, not just canceled. So you can't even continue supporting them.
Yeah, that's American.
Yeah, that's such an.
I don't think we needed that. Yeah, I don't think we needed that.
them.
Because he kind of has the same sentiment right
here. That's such a. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, that's
such an American thing because like, we get it secondhand. Because especially when they say like HBO Max, or I don't even get Hulu up in Canada. So I have to like ask a friend, I'm like, can you screenshot the Hulu page? Like, I can't even VPN or bootleg it because my visa is like located in Canada. So they won't even let me. But yeah, that's wild.
But yeah, that's
wild that shows are being taken off, and I'm hearing stories about it, and like knowing that making a season of a show is a freaking miracle. Like so many things have to go right.
Like so.
I'm gonna fade this breath.
Miracle. So
no, doesn't sound good.
Like
let's try and get rid of the breath completely.
Miracle. So many things.
Ooh, that did not sound good.
So many things. Miracle. So
no, it sucks. I gotta keep
like
this.
So many things have to go right to make a season.
Just the way that it is so close to this breath here, you kind of need a breath before it because it's very kind of an exasperated start of a sentence, and there's no breath. There's no breath in here.
Like,
and just the way he said this just doesn't can't. You got to keep it.
Like
so many things have to go right to make a season. It would break my heart when
it would break.
Get rid of that.
It would break my heart
when it's pulled or not even aired, not even put on the streamer. Yeah.
You can see sometimes I don't listen to the edits because I've done this enough times and I've listened to enough edits that I know it's going to sound good.
Yeah. Yeah. Streamer. Yeah. 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 But yeah, it's just a great.
And we kind of need this, yeah, because like it starts it out, but yeah. So it's like you kind of need a little bit of a transition between thoughts here.
Not even put on the streamer. Yeah.
He ends it with such a down Streamer, such quiet end of a thought, and then he starts this one with such an abrupt like. But yeah, you kind of need a little bit of a transition in there, and there's not enough of a space. Like we might be able to like get rid of this. Oops.
Put on the streamer. But yeah, it's just a great support.
Yeah.
Put on the streamer. But yeah,
I don't love the noises either, but
not even put on the streamer. But yeah, it's just streamer. Yeah. But yeah, it's just a great support system.
I actually don't mind getting rid of that.
Put on the streamer. But yeah, it's just a
maybe even get rid of a little bit more.
Put on the streamer. But yeah, it's just a great streamer. But yeah, it's just
I don't know what he's doing in the background.
Put on the streamer. But yeah, it's just a great support system.
I think that sounds good.
Always being tired. Yeah, I feel you on all of that.
Yeah.
I feel you on all of that.
I don't think we need that.
I feel you on all of that.
And speaking of that great support system, we also have a great cast, and I feel like it's a nice balance. One of the things that Miki and I really enjoyed is that we're moving away from sitcoms where it's like the goofy husband and then the wife who can't get in on the fun as well. This is a great mix. And what's really cool is you balance everyone's storylines really well. Like it's not just the parents and oh, we see the kids in the background doing things. Everyone has their own moment to shine and their own plot arc throughout an episode. So how do you, I guess, plan ahead to balance everyone in the cast so they get their time to shine? This comes down to the writing.
1.6.
Their time to shine.
Just comes down to the writing. Well, firstly,
I like to have a little bit of an overlap here, like between the end of this clip and the start of this clip. I like to just have a little bit of overlap. So the room noise kind of has an overlap, like the room noise from this to the room noise from this. I know we said we have some tape noise coming in to help with that, but I like to avoid that when we can. I like to avoid just the complete and utter silence that is nothing. I like to have a little bit of overlap here.
This comes down to the writing. Well, firstly, with the casting, it's like casting people you know are going to be dynamite. And so, obviously, like
and so, obviously,
obviously, like my favorite is like they'll watch the pilot episode and be like, I didn't expect that from your wife. Like I didn't expect Camille to be such a badass. And it was really important that when we set the pilot, we made it very clear that Andrew and Camille were 50-50. They're equally irresponsible, equally responsible, equal in the game. And one of my favorite lines
and one of my
favorite lines from season 3 is we look at each other and we say to each other, I'll support your bad idea if you support my bad idea. And we're like, deal. And we high five. And it's in that moment, it's like it has to be common, so they have to get in trouble. So it's a bad idea. But they got each other's back no matter what. They're also the first person to tell their partner, hey, you're wrong. And I think that's important that the characters are able to
and I think that's I think that's
important that the characters are able to have flaws and have strong moments of like their characters being very thoughtful.
So yeah, it starts
with Rocky Marzaria, and then every cast member, like I could talk to the journey of casting every person, like the kids, like the hard part, and this is like
the hard
part, and this is like as we dive deeper into it.
Just cutting a little bit of this gap here. He was just thinking, and I think he was, if as far as pace goes for a podcast, I think he was just thinking for just a touch too long.
The kids, like the hard part.
We don't want to cut the breath off, so I cut, this over here. So what I'm doing is just cutting a tiny little bit and then bringing it over as much as I need.
The hard part is like the hard.
You can cut a little bit more.
Like the hard part.
And this is like as we dive deeper.
As we dive deeper. As we dive
deeper into it. So many of the kids that were auditioning for the show had been raised through like a Disney system. We're like, okay, let me explain it. It's like.
Okay, let me explain it. It's like, okay, let me explain it.
It's because it's like, okay. It's, you can't really just cut it here.
Okay, let
me explain it. Because that's not going to sound natural. And I got to keep this mouth noise.
Okay, let me explain it. It's like
the way they were doing the lines is very much like, when are you gonna be home from school? Like it was there's like a Disney aspect, which isn't bad because I really appreciate buying Disney shows, but it's a bit of like trying to break that out of them. So with Zariah, she literally did her audition sitting in a chair eating popcorn. And I'm like, this kid doesn't care, and I love it. She was like a true teenager. And I found out later on that Zariah hadn't done any of those.
hadn't done any of those. Raya hadn't done any of those Disney classes. She was like, her mom had trained her, and her mom's an actress, so I just felt like she did. And her mom's an actress, so I just felt like she hadn't gone through that system. And then with Roman, he had come through the Disney side, he had done the kids TV shows, but there was like this innocence about him that was just so charming. And then we knew that we're like, okay, if he spends time with us, we can get him on board, we can get him in the system. And he's so funny. Like, he's at his funniest when I tell him to stop trying to act like what we want, what he thinks we want. Trying to act like what we want, what he thinks we want, just to be himself. And the stuff he does is so good. Ali Hassan, who plays Ramesh, Jonathan Langdon, who plays Hudson, my neighbor. I knew it was him. Jonathan Lang.
So this is an instance where I might, because the timing is so tight here, the reverb tail of this mouth click lasts probably all the way into like right here. And I don't necessarily want to cut at the beginning of this word. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fade into it instead.
Jonathan Langdon, who plays Hassan, who plays Ramesh. Jonathan Langdon, who plays Hudson, my neighbor. I knew it was him even before we did the scene. Like, we got a room, and I just was like, we were just like, firstly, Zoom. We like, because the show was launched in COVID, so I didn't meet any of the cast members until we were on set. But like, even just in the back of set. But like,
it's right in the middle of a breath. I hate this little, I don't know if it's a microphone bump or what, but
like, even
sounds like a mic bump, but you can't cut it. It's right in the middle of a breath.
But like, even just in the back and forth, I was like, this is my guy. And so yeah, we're just like Julie Milky. Julie Milky was a writer on the show. She has a big YouTube channel. And so she, it was. And so she. Big YouTube channel, and so she, it was easy to work with her. And Raki was also, it was easy. So it was easy to work with her. And Raki was also a writer on season 1. So like, for us, it was like looking people that really close knit. But in regards to casting, like, we're like really thoughtful in who we thoughtful in who we cast, because like I think at times like we cast firstly like a lot of people we casted from the improv world, so it's people we perform with. So recently I did a show with a performer, got off stage, texted me to the show, and I was like, so and so, and she's like 100%. Offer was made 2 days later. I'm always looking people, and like,
how can we do this?
Made 2 days later. I'm always looking people, and like on Instagram I'll be like,
sounds great.
I'm always looking people, and like on Instagram I'll be like, someone will like the show, and I'll be like, yo, come play with us next season. And they're like, yeah, I'm like, let's make it work. So I got like a little running list of people we like. But then even in auditions, if there are auditions for other roles, that like Kimi Tron, my sister on the show, had auditioned to play Sam, who's played by Julie Milky. I wrote down, she's Vietnamese. I saw the last name. She's Vietnamese. She's really good. Bring her in for the callback for my sister. She was giving me the goods in the callback, just like chopping me down. I'm like, that's my sister. My sister would cut me down. And she spoke.
Gross mouth noise.
And she spoke eloquent Vietnamese. It was great. Eloquent.
So this is an example of like this little. It's like just an interlude. It's might as well think of it as a It's a crutch.
Spoke eloquent Vietnamese. And she spoke eloquent Vietnamese. It was great. So we're always like looking at people, and like sometimes like 2 or 3.
Like he was gonna start a different word and then started eloquent.
Season 3, we're like. So when we cast it to season 3, we like literally said that season 1. I'm like, we gotta find the right role for them. So it's just it comes with the writing. It comes from the casting. When you have good people, you can like give them things. You can like just like be like, go do this thing. I'm actually.
So we're gonna get rid of some of this gap here because of the and I'll fade the breath a little bit.
And
fading the breath out, like crossfading the breath here. It's not the biggest of deals. I do it fairly often. I don't think you can hear it very well. That's up to you in your ear.
Just like be like, go do this thing. And I'm not sure, like, and I don't know, like his card now. And I don't know, like his. I'm not. And I don't know, like his card. And I don't know, like his. Cardinal Official is in the pilot episode. But I don't like Cardinal Official was like he wasn't in the U.S. for a very long time. He wasn't.
Got those H's.
He wasn't in the like. He wasn't in the. He wasn't in the U. He wasn't in the U.S. for. He wasn't.
You get that stupid pop.
He wasn't in the U.S. for a very long time.
Well, if we cut it here, it doesn't sound too bad.
He wasn't in the U.S. for.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
He wasn't in the
U.S. for a very long time. And so McCart now is like a big Hall of Fame rapper up in Canada, still very young. But like he was one where I'm like, I don't know if he's gonna be funny. We don't know. We offered him the role. We just straight up because we wanted Card now on the set. Alicia Young, our director, was like, Cardi, can you sing this line? And Cardi's like, okay, and just does it. And at one point he's sitting with Jonathan and I. He's like, you guys are hilarious. Bring me back. And I was like, okay, we'll bring you back. So it's just having a great cast, and then the writing, you're aware of what they're capable of. But
you're aware. Writing, you're aware.
See these they're more vowel sounds. You with the O mouth sound. That's a little harder to cut into. These sound all pretty similar.
You're aware.
But they're different. So like what I want to do is cut right here.
You're aware.
And maybe I can just at the beginning of this word. Now you got to be real careful with these.
Writing, you're aware of what, and then the writing, you're aware of what.
I think that sounds pretty good.
Having a great cast, and then the writing, you're aware of what they're.
I think because of this, it sounds okay. Because that little throat sound. I'm gonna say throat sound and mouth sound a lot in this video.
So it's just having a great cast, and then the writing, you're aware of what they're capable of.
I also go back to supporting the performers. Like in season 3, we wrote really,
Sounds good to me.
We made a big jump for the kids. Like we just like the thing is, Kia's turning 16, 17. Leo's turning 13. We gotta see them grow. And obviously, like also with Kia's storylines, like her storylines with her relationships are going to evolve and get bigger, right? And so we needed Zariah as the performer to take that jump. We hired an acting coach to be on set with them. And he did
That click.
And he did such a wonderful job.
Same thing as earlier. You still hear a little bit of that swallowing sound, but it's got to stay.
And he did
such a wonderful job. God, like just working through the scenes, teaching them the nuances of comedy. Zariah took an improv class like during the year with adults. Like I set her up with like a theater company that I thought was really good. She went and did the classes. Roman was doing Second City. Like these kids, like they...
And again, when I'm working ahead here, I'm holding Alt to make the fade at the beginning and the end. Better play it from back here.
Like just working through the scenes, teaching them the nuances of comedy. Zariah took an improv class like during the year with adults. Like I set her up with like a theater company that I thought was really good. She went and did the classes. Roman was doing Second City. Like these kids, like they elevate their game, and so everyone is just working on their craft, and so that's how we give them the time to shine. It's so easy. Like it's actually hard because we got to cut certain things because like there's a scene in season 2 where Roman comes in and he's like, oh, I can't wait to hop on that horse. And I was like, okay, Roman, do it again. And we have the take. Roman, go again, but give me the sound the horse doesn't make.
It's like, okay, Roman, do it again.
And we have the take. Roman, go again, but give me the sound the horse doesn't make. He's like, oh, okay. He's like, I can't wait to get on that horse. I just thought it was so funny that this kid in his head thinks that's what a horse sounds like, and she's just like confused. And I'm like, that's a conversation for later. So he's they're on the spot. It's like, go improvise this thing. And they're like, we got you. And oftentimes in the show, a lot of like I think the scenes that are people's favorites are those improvised moments and lines. So yeah, that's a long answer to get to like that's how we let the cast shine. They shine on their own. We are just like trying to
Spotlight it.
Microphone bump. Come on, Andrew.
Trying to spotlight it.
That
Trying to spotlight it.
that
It's so cool to think about, the fact that you started this show on Zoom, or the make.
on
Ton of reverb. So I'm cutting a lot of this after the because I know she's got a ton of reverb on her track.
on Zoom. On
Zoom, or the makings of it on Zoom, because I think about the chemistry that you and the cast have, and I know that you call
And this, because there's so much space here, the reverb tail is probably not, almost a tenth and a half.
I know that you call out
the characters of Hudson and Leo, and I think about
I'd probably shorten that a little bit.
the character. The
Can I hear that little swallow? Or I don't think we can. I think the noise gate, I think, will pick that up
call out.
or cut that out.
the characters of Hudson and Leo, and I think about with Hudson, I was just rewatching the season 2 finale, I had a conversation, and I think about when you need your like bathroom time and he puts his headphones on, and those scenes just like how cute you are as friends, how funny, but also just like the intimacy and closeness of your relationship. And then there's the scene with Theo where he's like growing up and he has this little mustache that he's drawn on. And there's a scene where he gives you advice about, we try not to do spoilers in the podcast.
We try not to do spoilers. He gives you advice
About
See if we can get this.
gives you advice about
Ooh, it sounds pretty
He
good.
gives
Actually,
you advice about. We try not to
yeah, I think it sounds
split.
pretty.
But you get an opportunity for a dream job, we'll say, and he tries to kind of dad you, and you get up and you go, and he stays sitting there and he tries to drink a cup of coffee as if he's an adult, like, was a good dad. And just the scene of him, like, really trying, like, picking up that coffee cup, taking a sip, and then being like, gross, I'm actually still a kid. Like, it's just disgusting. I was cracking up at that scene. It was just so funny. And you mentioned improv and how you met a few.
We got two breaths.
You
Ooh, don't like that.
You-
You can kind of hear both of them.
you met
A little. Just cut that right out of there.
Annie, and you mentioned
Improv and
Great.
how you met a few of these people that you get to play with on the show through improv.
these
S's.
people that you get to a few of these people that you get to
Play with on the show through improv. I'm curious about how much of that you're bringing in. So your cast members are taking classes. How much of your improv expertise is coming in to run the birds? Well, so many of the performers that are out.
Great. You can see I cut that little.
Well,
Gross.
Well, you know,
Again, I'm not calling him gross. Just gross for in a podcast context. It's not gross for people to make that
Well,
sound.
So many of the performers that are out have been doing comedy as a career, so that's easy. And the kids are like taking improv classes. What we try to do is
well, what we tried
at least 2 takes where it's clean. We gotta get the line. We gotta get the line as is, because you gotta respect the writers. The writers have put hundreds of hours into writing these scripts, and then when we have it, the director often will say like, just do some, just try.
often was often will say often
I can't cut
just
that.
do some, just try your thing here. Like now, stay within the line.
Maybe we could do something like this.
Often will say the director often will.
Again, I don't love to leave silence like this, but in this case, I think I might.
The director often will say
Like, just do some, just try your thing here. Like, now stay within the lines, but try the thing you were trying to do. And I will say, a lot of the stuff with Andrew,
and I will say
Doesn't sound great.
trying to do, and I will say, and I will say, and I will say a lot of the,
Okay, I think we got to keep that. That doesn't sound quite natural.
and I will say,
That doesn't sound quite right without the.
and I will say,
Yeah, it doesn't sound quite right.
and I will say,
a lot of the stuff with Andrew and Hudson,
Bummer.
like, it's easy to do this thing where we're like, there's the most handsome man on the block. It's like, oh, you look at a mirror, go, mirror, mirror, and improvise. Like, so many things in the show, like, those big moments are improvised. So then we'll get to set, Jonathan, like, what do you think of this scene? And then Rocky and I, a lot of stuff in the bedroom when it's just her and I, like, what are we thinking? What's the dance we're trying to do?
All right, check the phone there.
And improvise. Like, so many things in the show, like, those big moments are improvised. So then
are improvised because
I don't need these.
are improvised.
so then we'll get to set, Jonathan, like, what do you think of this scene? And then Rocky and I, a lot of stuff in the bedroom when it's just her and I, like, what are we thinking? What's the dance we're trying to do? And so it's really fun.
Microphone. Quit bumping that dang
I
mic.
do.
And so it's really fun. It's really fun to do all that. Or even the scene, we did an episode of season 2 where it's done in real time. It's done in 22 minutes. They're trying to get out of the house. Which if anyone knows, like, if your family trying to leave the house is like one of the hardest things in the world, especially during a snowstorm.
And so many
Oh,
snowstorm, and so many moments
I better get rid of some
during
of
a
that.
snowstorm, and so snowstorm, and so many moments
Moments in that episode.
in the world, especially during a snowstorm, and so many moments in that, especially during a snowstorm, and so many moments.
Honestly, right there, I think milliseconds matter too, because I think this sounds okay. I think this sounds natural, but then this didn't sound natural to me. Sounds natural, didn't sound natural. So what's the difference there? That's like, I don't need 10 milliseconds? 30 milliseconds? Not much at
During
all,
a
but
snowstorm, and so many moments
In that episode.
milliseconds matter.
are improvised because it was like
It was almost shot like a play because where the lighting rate has to be done. You're kind of going in and out of scenes. So yeah, it's
so.
always just like, and I think performers are really comfortable with their directors. And so our directors are
Really open
Ooh. That's one we can get rid of.
are really open
open to improvisational comedy. As long as it
doesn't
Definitely only that first one.
doesn't
break apart the script.
Oh, what?
break
Doesn't. Don't need that.
Doesn't break apart
the script. Like, it has to honor the script. Like, whatever it does has to feel like right for the script. So what I find, it's what happened on Kim's, it's tops and tails. Tops and tails often leave the most room for improvisation because you're like improvising the way you enter a scene, which is like just really natural, and then you improvise the way you end a scene, which gives it a little punch. So I think performers are always looking in that sense. Or it's like, I find improvisation isn't even always like the lines, it's just like little reactions or like hand gestures or movements or like looks is what is really, really
I would love to combine these two reallys.
is what is really, really conducive.
But first of all, they're so different. This one is like
Really,
and this was
really,
this one's a really quick word, and this one's a lot
really,
slower. And then also R's. I know it's a consonant, but it's more of like a vowel sound. It's more of like you have to make a specific shape with your mouth. R. And right here, it's like
really.
So it's like they're two different, shapes you're making with your mouth.
Really,
And
really.
So it's like that's going to sound really bad, if you edit that. So we'll just get rid of the Hopefully we can get rid of that.
Really conducive to like.
So yeah, it's just like we're always encouraging play.
Get rid of that.
We're always encouraging. Yeah, it's just like we're always in.
Yeah, I don't think we can get rid of this.
Yeah, it's just like we're always in.
No, I'm gonna keep that.
It's just like
we're always encouraging play. We try to be very playful on set while maintaining a bonkers schedule to just finish the season.
to
T sound we can do.
her schedule to
just finish the season. Like, it's like
just finish a season.
Like, it's like just a miracle every time. Like, everything has to break the right way.
And I'll even say this.
I've got to a point now where I can pretty much see where is in a sentence before we get to it. So that's why I'm like highlighting words before we get to them. It's just like, because it looks like an to me.
Everything has to break
the right way. And I'll just say this, like, in the first, so we shot episode 2 in season 1 first. And I remember we were
get rid of a little bit.
And I remember
we were shooting that day, and we were like maybe like 1 or 2 days into production. And there's
that was me.
And
there's a kerfuffle behind
I was positive this was an
There's a kerfuffle behind the scenes. And I don't know what's happening, because I don't want to know what's happening. Sometimes I don't want to know at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, or no, even later
in the week.
Don't love that.
And at the end
of the day,
Sounds
or no,
good.
even later in the week, I was like, what happened? Scott told me, he's like, we told the director to avoid shooting any of the walls because it had pictures of Roman Pacino on the wall. I'm like, why? Like, we were worried that we were going to have to recast Roman because there was an issue that he was on another show. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so thankful you didn't tell me this. Like within the first week, we were almost going to have to recast my son. Like, that's the miracles that have to finish. And I just joked, I'm like, oh man, can we have started the series with like a son in mind and it becomes a 3-person family? There's no son. It's just a daughter. It's like, because we lost the son and he was the first person we cast.
And I'm sorry if this is too loud for you, especially this part, but this is not going to be the final product as far as loudness and dynamics. And this is just so we can hear everything clearly. I have my audio interface turned down a little bit, so I apologize if this is too loud.
the 3-person
Family, there's no son. It's just a daughter. It's like, because we lost the son and he was the first person we cast. Like, he was the first person we cast. So it's just like a miracle. But yeah, it's a lot of different.
but
Might not be able to get rid of this. Let's see. Because the timing's so tight, I'm going to fade that.
miracle. But yeah, it's
Oh, I think that sounds good.
it's just like a miracle. But yeah, it's
It's a lot of improvisation.
Yeah.
It's a lot of just like problem solving. And we have such a great team of problem
and we have such a great
He sure likes those mouth noises.
we have such a great team and we have such a great
team of problem solvers. Like when we run into a problem with logic, jokes, setup, time, we have such a great team to solve the problems and find solutions to it that oftentimes I think make things more funny. But
make things more fun.
The to the M sound. There's no gap here at all. It's just all you can see. It's one word all the way through. We could try it. I'm gonna fade this because the timing is a little tight.
Make things more fun.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. That doesn't sound bad.
Make things more funny.
Yeah, I think that sounds good
I
actually.
think make things more funny.
Yeah.
I'll leave you this. This is also really fun. In a Lunar New episode of season 1, my mom comes in and yells at me. And in the rehearsal, she looks around and then keeps doing the scene. And I stop and I'm like, why did you look around? She's like, I was looking around for something to hit you with. And I'm like, hit me with it. She's like, yeah. And I'm like, how about you take off your shoe and you hit me? And she's like, are you sure? I'm like, I would love it. And Joyce Wong, I look at her, I'm like, is that cool? She's like, as a Chinese woman growing up, this is too real. So in rehearsal, she's just working me with the slipper. And I'm like, we cut to the take. Her shoes weren't those slippers. Her shoes were high heels. So in the take, she smokes me with this thing. And my reaction is genuine. I'm like, ah! And it's like, you know, and I was fine. I consented to it. But it's like, that's when you discover stuff that is specific, that is funny, that is relatable, that gives that energy. So we really encourage, like, in the blocking, if you see something, let's pitch it, let's make the scene as most robust as possible. And it's something I learned from Kim. That's what we did.
And
Let's see if we can get rid of that.
robust as possible. And it's
I know I'm breaking my own rule a lot here, but I can't not stand those microphone bumps.
robust as possible. And it's something
I learned from Kim. That's what we did that on Kim's a lot. Our director's really nimble to, like, use our improvisation. Kim, she was always up to,
like user improvisation. Kim,
Breath.
she was always up to like stupid
stuff. Kim, she was always doing stuff. And so they're always like, yeah, that's great, let's keep doing it. And so I carried that with me to the show. And I gotta say, just put it out there.
into the show.
And I gotta say, just
The show.
and I gotta say,
Into the show.
and I gotta say, just put it out there. The new
To the show.
and I gotta say, just put it out there. The New Year's episode is my favorite episode.
Oh, thank you.
Episode. Episode.
If I were to leave that mouth noise anywhere, it would be there, because that's kind of a known sound that you're kind of clicking your tongue against the roof of your mouth. But I'm still not gonna leave it. I refuse.
Episode.
Oh, thank you.
I think it sounds just as good
Oh, thank you.
without that gross mouth sound.
Thank you. Yeah, you're.
Cut a lot of this.
Thank you. Yeah, you're.
You're gonna love this season. We do one every year. We do a Lunar New Year episode every year. And then someone asked me, like, hey, how about you do a Christmas episode? And I said, why? Like, every show does one. We can do that.
You don't need that, like,
Why? Every
Show does one. We can do that one, but not every show can do.
these plosives, they'll get taken
do
care of. They're
Lunar
gonna
New Year.
they're not gonna sound quite that
You're right.
bad.
And the truth is, the same conflict that will come from your Christmas episode is very similar to the conflict that will come from a Lunar New Year episode. But what I want is the specificity of a Lunar New Year episode. I want to showcase my culture in a very beautiful way. And so people will be like, hey, you do anything for Christmas? It's my personal life. I'm like, I don't know, making nachos. Like, it's, and they're like, oh, and I'm like, but you gotta come during Lunar New Year. We rent a hall. We hire a Vietnamese DJ that's like 65 years old. We have a karaoke machine. We bring in decorations. It's fully catered. There's 150 of us. Like, it's a party. I'm like, it's just we celebrate different. We put our energy in different holidays, right? And I think that's what we're trying to do with the show. Is to showcase and invite people into our home, because that party Lunar New Year. I remember 20 years ago, Lunar New Year felt like a very, like, within the Asian community.
It's just showcase. It's just showcase.
And invite people into our home, because that party Lunar New Year. I remember 20 years ago, Lunar New Year felt like a very, like, within the Asian community. Now Lunar New Year celebrated. It's social time everywhere, and so it's everywhere. And so it's just really welcoming people into culture. So I think that's the power of television. The power of storytelling isn't to, like, exclude. Storytelling and television is to include. It's to welcome you into the world. And I think that's really important with the work that the shows are doing right now. So to switch things up a bit,
That's quite a gap. Holy cow, it's almost 4 seconds.
They're doing right now.
And so to
It's kind of a weird thing that happened there.
and so to
Right now.
and so to
switch things up a bit, we see that you're going to be on Last One Laughing Canada. It looks like such a fun group of people all together. How did you face that challenge of not laughing? So the week leading up to production, Last One Laughing is like 10 comedians in a house. The last one laughing wins money for a charity. It's like 100K. So like in Canadian dollars, 100K grand prize.
In Canadian dollars? In Canadian dollars, 100.
K grand prize for like, because like when y'all have like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or like Family Feud, it's like a big chunk of money. We don't give away that same amount of money.
We don't give away that.
The W sounds tough.
We don't give away that same. We don't give away that. We don't give away that same amount of
I don't know. I think that sounds okay. I'm breaking
big
my own
chunk
rules
of
here.
money.
We don't give away that same
We don't give away that same.
amount of money. I showed the smaller budget, so the 100,000 was a big deal for charity. I practiced with my kids, and I would just like sit, and they would just have to make me laugh. And my kids are so funny. My wife would have to do stuff.
Funny. My wife would have to do. My wife would have to.
Again, M sounds
My
tough.
wife would. My wife. My wife.
We'll try it.
My wife would have to do funny. My wife would have to do stuff. So funny. My wife would have to do stuff.
But I remember
Maybe I'm figuring something out today.
I remember being in a house. Being in a house.
okay, I got this. And I didn't know anyone that signed up for the show. Like, all of us were kept in the dark. And I remember with the first door opening, Colin Mockery walked in. Colin Mockery is one of my improv idols. He is Whose Lines It Anyways legend. I was so
I was so nervous. I was so
nervous. I was like, oh no. I'm gonna get messed up. Tom Green walks in. I grew up watching Tom Green, MTV Generation, you know, John LaJoie, Mae Martin. I just was like, oh no, these people are so good. But I will say something happened where I just slowly killed my soul. Just like in the house, I just was like slowly like
in the house, I just was like in the house, I just
was like slowly like putting it away. And there were moments like, I remember watching a thing and I'm like, that's freaking hilarious. And just like doing that. And the wild thing is I went to go shoot Run the Birds 2 weeks later, and there were moments I had to remind myself to start laughing again. Because like I was like, oh yeah, I had to like laugh because like, I was still in this laugh one laughing mindset. And so yeah, it shows that when
A little too loud there.
and so
yeah, it shows that when Amazon Prime, it's airing now. I'm so happy with how it went. And I think the format like that works so well because like, inherently what I learned was all the bits that made people laugh weren't the bits that were planned. They were improvised in the moment things. And so it's just a reminder of like comedy, keeping it light, keeping it fresh, and not being stuck on a line or a way something is. It's just like finding the comedy and bringing that to the show. Like we're trying to find the comedy. But yeah, that's like a heavy hitter group. Blown away. That I'm even in that group.
that I'm even in that group because I
I don't know how much we're going to be able to do. No, I'm grabbing the mic. I don't know how much we're going to be able to do with that.
it's like a heavy hitter group. Blown away. That I'm blown away.
It almost replaces the word I'm blown away. You know what I mean?
Group blown away.
Blown away. Because you can't just have
Heavy hitter group.
heavy hitter group blown away. That doesn't work.
Group blown away. That I'm even in that group because I think
And that's like, it's not a complete thought there, but it kind of works because of how broken it up it is. So I'm going to leave that. I'm just going to leave that as it is. Because I think if we were to cut this up, first of all, it wouldn't make sense. And second of all, I think it would just sound super unnatural.
Blown away. That I'm even in that group because I think
But then I'm even in that group.
you know
It's,
I've talked about being EP creator star. There are moments
oh, maybe we can.
I've talked about that I'm even in that group because I think
I can cut right there, anyways.
in that group I've talked about
being EP creator star. There are moments where I feel like, how am I even here? Like, I shouldn't even be here. Imposter syndrome. That's often comes up with BIPOC creators.
BIPOC with
We'll probably cut that.
with BIPOC
creators. And so just reminding myself.
And so it's just
Reminding myself that I've earned the opportunity to occupy this space. But, I still feel it. Caroline Ray was on it. I did 40 shows where I opened for her. But she rolled into the house and like,
10 years earlier, why
Mike
open
bumps.
for her?
for 40 shows. And I didn't think she remembered me, right? And so it's like, those are very humbling experiences. But, I'm just so thankful I got that opportunity. That's awesome. And I believe you are.
That's awesome. And I believe
A little kind of a weird mouth thing there. Let's see how long we got. Under a second, and then let's maybe cut some of that mouth stuff.
that's awesome.
And I believe you are where you're meant to be. You earned it, you deserve it. And I want to know, do you have any other projects coming up that you can tell us about? Well, right now, up in Canada.
Gotta cut that.
Well, right now up in Canada, we're airing season 3 of Run the Burbs. It'll be coming to Hulu in the near future. Hulu has the rights to it. It's always kind of what happened with Shit's Creek and Kim's Convenience and Working Moms. You'd come to the US a few months later. Because Kim's, when it got to the US, had 2 seasons. And so up in Canada. And so
Whoops.
Up in Canada, it was like the popularity jumped.
the popularity, it was like the popularity. Like the popularity
jumped. And what's wild is like once Kim went to the US and got big, it's like when it popped up in Canada because it's like there's something so Canadian, like it kind of has to go to the US to like be perceived. Like the biggest thing you can do is like leave Canada. I'm like, oh no, I want to stay in Canada. I love this country. And so it's been so nice seeing this reception to season 3. And the response to season 1 and 2.
And the response
season 1 and 2 on Hulu is so nice. So making season 3, I'm still in post on season 3.
and then it's just free.
Damn mic bump, but there's a breath in there.
3, and then it's just
for me, it's like
in this little gap right here, this little clip, matters a lot. Milliseconds matter. We want to have a little bit of space in front of this breath before this word, so we need that little bit of space there.
And then it's just
to make it sound natural. Milliseconds matter.
For me, it's like other projects. I'm really excited. A couple projects I'm involved with right now, and it's like that's the cycle. You're working on other things, and so what I usually try to do is I try to do a couple features every year. I have 2 features that I did
I have two features.
Just like the last year, I'm really excited about a comedy where it's like the Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys.
The Nancy Drew.
Well, you know what we can do here?
The Nancy Drew.
Look at them C's.
The Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys.
Are like kids, teenagers, and they solve crimes.
The Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys.
Boys are like kids, teenagers, and they solve crimes, but they witness a lot of murders. They grow up and they're really messed up from all the murders they witnessed. Like it's solved. So that's a comedy that we finished last summer, and then I made a movie that is about gambling addiction in the Asian community, which is a very serious addiction, but it's not a comedy. And I remember making.
But it's not a. But it's.
Might be able to get rid of this.
But it's. But it's serious addiction. But it's which is like a very serious addiction. But it's not a comedy.
I remember
Sounds a little bit abrupt, but I think that works. I think that sounds
Which is
okay.
like a very serious addiction. But it's not
a comedy. And I remember shooting this, and I had just come from Run the Burbs. So like I was like fresh, a week on Run the Burbs making this movie, and we do a scene. The director comes up and she's like, "Hey Andrew, if you can you play the scene like 90% less funny?" I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "You mine every line for comedy, so you're making the crew laugh. It's just too funny." And I'm like, "My apologies. I just gave him a call. I need to like really dull it down, play the drama there." So we made that. I'm really excited about it. I've heard nothing but great things.
Too funny.
About it. I'm really excited about it. I've heard nothing.
But great things.
I've heard nothing. I've heard nothing. I've heard nothing but great. Excited about it. I've heard nothing but great things.
Again, this little clip important.
I've heard nothing but
Great things. That's with Olivia Chang from Warrior on HBO Max, Netflix. It was canceled on HBO Max.
Warrior on
Oh, it doesn't know the the platform.
on HBO Max.
Which platform is on?
Warrior on HBO Max.
Netflix. It was canceled on HBO Max. Wait, it was on Showtime with HBO Max, and it's now on Netflix. Y'all streaming situation in the US is bonkers. Like, it's like that one friend keeps moving, and I'm like, what are you?
It's like that one.
Because he clips so bad, or because he pops the mic so bad, I'm gonna get rid of this.
It's like that. It's like that one friend.
Keeps moving, and I'm like, where do you live now? Where do you live? And so.
Oh.
And so.
And Terry Chen, who's starring Wild Cards right now.
And Terry Chen, who's starring.
I think that sounds good.
And Terry
Chen, who's starring Wild Cards right now on CW. So like really excited for that project. But yeah, developing a couple projects because something that I love about the Run the Burbs is like.
Something that I
love about the Run the Burbs is like I think one of the skills I've developed and learned is like the ability to create. I'm really good at writing episodes that fit certain timeframes, budget numbers.
Budget
numbers, storytelling
storytelling arcs, storytelling arcs.
And I am really good at developing stories, so like that's what I'm interested in now. So in order for stories to be told, it's like we often ask, what do we gotta do representation? It's not more diverse actors. There are many diverse actors, many actors of all backgrounds. It's creators, it's showrunners, it's executive producers. So I'm trying to make my stamp in that world in order to tell.
Make my stamp in
that world in order to tell more variety of stories. Yeah, because the only way to go
to tell more variety,
variety of stories. Yeah, because the only way to go forward because
yeah, because it's only
way to go forward because like I'm always blown away. Like when we were casting my cousins in season 2, my California cousins, the California Vietnamese, California Asians are like on another level. We got 200 to 300 auditions for each character.
We got 2 to 300. We got 2 to
300 auditions for each character, and we were getting auditions from like Atlanta, California, New York, Philadelphia, and it's like we never get the audition for funny roles for Vietnamese actors. So the actors and performers are there. It's the creators, it's the DPs, it's the editors, it's the boom mic operators, the hair and makeup department. When 3 years ago, we were having conversations around black hair and how black performers would have to come to set and do their own hair because no one else could do it. You know, we're trying to we solve that by making your departments more diverse, right? So I think that's what I'm really interested in on the back end of things. That's just a lot.
Ooh, it's a lot of mic handling.
That's what I'm really interested in on the back end of things.
Can't get rid of it either.
Back end of things.
Let me get rid of some of this.
That's really
of things.
2.5 seconds. Yeah, there must have been some kind of little bit of a delay.
Back end of things.
that's
We could probably get rid of that. Oops.
that's really
That's just a lot.
I think we can actually get rid of that. That's really. I think we can start it with this.
That's just a lot to.
The back end of things.
That's just a lot to. I'm just processing.
What you said. No, but
Yeah, I think that sounds okay.
That's just a lot to.
I'm just processing what you said.
Yeah,
No,
I
but
think that sounds good.
I'm really grateful for all of these things, and I'm excited to check out these projects. One of the things.
Like there, I would love to get rid of that if the reverb wasn't as bad as it was.
I'm excited. I'm excited, and I'm excited to check out for all of these things, and I'm excited to check.
No, it doesn't.
I'm
Excited to check out these projects. One of the things that my friends and I always joke about is like when we eventually like process, the core.
If you're ever in doubt of an edit, just don't make it. If you ever think that it's too close of a call, err on the side of not making the edit. Make it sound more natural. That's always better. You leave an or two in there, more than two, but leave some ums, leave some imperfections in there. It'll make it sound better. It'll make it sound more natural.
The quarantine portion of the pandemic.
We're already cutting so much that it's fine.
One of the groups of people we have to thank is the Canadians, because like Schitt's Creek, Kim's Convenience, Working Moms, like almost exclusively got me through just being in the house uninterrupted for like a year, and so I'm just excited to keep checking out your project.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just year, and so I'm just excited.
You can still hear it.
Uninterrupted for like a year, and so I'm just excited.
You can still hear the reverb.
I'm just excited
to keep checking out your projects. Run the Birds is definitely in that canon of just like very comforting and funny shows, and so excited for these other projects.
The only reason I'm still thinking about this one is because this client specifically likes it a bit more edited. They usually like to get rid of stuff like this at the cost of it sounding a tad more edited. They would rather just get rid of the stuff.
Uninterrupted for like a year, and so I'm just
because of that, I normally probably wouldn't keep this edit, but because of the client, I'm going to probably keep this.
Excited to keep checking out your projects. Run the Birds is definitely in that canon of just like very comforting and funny shows, and so excited for these other projects. BJ knows that I'm like obsessed with mysteries, and one of my favorite questions about these, like Murder, She Wrote and Nancy Drews, and
like Murder, She Wrote, She Wrote,
and Nancy Drews and things. Is, what do you do once you see like the 10th person die in front of you? Like, what is actually the aftercare for that? And like these small these small towns and these like Murder, She Wrote type stories, where it's like has 20% of the population been like murdered by the butcher? Like, what is happening? And so I'm very, very excited for what you have coming. And
I'm very, very, very excited for what you have coming, and we always
ask this question to the creatives who are very grateful to join us for these conversations. What advice do you have for people who want to make it in this creative industry? I saw in your bio that one of the ethos you go by is you learn by failing, but I'm curious if you want to elaborate on that. Any other advice?
Yeah, I get a lot of I get.
There's a little swallow. So we'll just get rid of it all. I don't know if he's taking a drink or what, but
Yeah, I get a lot of
I think we can move that forward actually because of the veracity by which he starts the sentence. I think we can start this at 7/10.
advice.
Yeah, I get a lot of
people reaching out, like young actors.
People reaching out, like young actors.
Actors reaching out, like what's your advice? I'm like, I don't think I can tell you a thing that's
I don't think I could
tell you a thing that's gonna unlock it, because like my journey is different from your journey. Like all of our journeys are different. Like I booked Kim's Convenience at 29. I didn't think TV and film was. I didn't think TV and film was gonna be my thing. So much of my work was in live stage work, improv comedy, hosting.
Improv comedy.
Nope.
Improv comedy, hosting, corporate MCing, and so I booked Kim's on I booked Kim's on a Fringe festival show. Like Detroit came to my Fringe show, saw me do improv, and got me to audition for Kim's Convenience. So I'm like, what's important though in that story is like he didn't come. It wasn't just being lucky. He didn't come and just watch a show. He came and saw my show that I had spent like hundreds of hours working on, and it was a 2-person action movie.
Can we get rid of this?
That I had spent hundreds of
hours working on it.
Yeah.
And it was a 2-person action movie based on an audience member's life. So we would interview an audience member, and then we would turn it into an action movie. So if you were a teacher, we would get some details. We're like, we present to you the teacher, and it's like sets up. We're playing all the characters. Like the one character is teaching one day, and then there's a bomb threat at school, and the teacher has to like shut down the class, and then like they're just like, there's a teacher on the inside. He's been more than a teacher. He's like, I got a dark past. All right, a former Green Beret. Like that's you. And we would do the whole action. We would play all the characters. And so there's one scene in particular. I always played a gang that was trying to take down a gang.
Little stuff like this, we want to keep an eye out for. You know, not huge, but I would like that edited out of my podcast. So
A gang
that was trying to take down a teacher, and the gang was always a family, and there was always like 12 siblings, and I played all 12 siblings. I would name all the characters. We all had different weapons, and so like that's thousands of hours of me working on improv.
That's thousands of hours of me
Working on improv. He saw the best version of myself. CBC saw the best version of me, and the reason I got there is because I spent all that time doing it because I loved it. So I tell people, like, my biggest piece of advice is like, don't look at acting if that's what you're looking at, or directing or whatever, and see like the glitz and the glamour, because that is literally 0.0% of the work. Like that award show or that cool premiere happens one night out of the year, and it's filled with many sleepless nights.
have a swallow sound followed by that mouth noise.
Long days. So you have to love what you do. And so when I
started
doing improv when I was 16, I was told repeatedly by people around me, you're not going to be an actor.
Breath.
You're not going to be an actor. There's no funny Asians. And I did it because I loved it. I did it not because I was trying to be a funny Asian. I did it because I just loved it. And it didn't really matter whether or not I made it because it was like my side hustle. Improv was like my side hustle. I had a job. I went to university. I had a full 9 to 5, a career that I loved.
I had a
full 9 to 5, a career that I loved. And it wasn't until 2012 where like my side hustle was actually bringing in the same amount of money that my job was bringing in. And it just was saying yes to opportunities. And I was just trying to get better and better. I had some rough shows, like some terrible shows. But my artistic director at the time would say things like, well, you have to come back next week and try it again. You're allowed to fail. And I'm really working on that with my kids. Like, I'm really encouraging failure.
Or allowing us to fail. That's failure. Or allowing us to
fail. That's like an Asian culture, like, or immigrant culture even, like, because like your parents like, I didn't come to this country so you can goof around. I didn't come to this country so you can try to be a DJ. Like, you know, like, they want us to be doctors, lawyers, engineers, right? And so, like, you know, like, they want us to be doctors, lawyers, engineers, right?
And so it's encouraging failure, but like at the end of the day, I loved it. So the failure
Asian culture, like, or immigrant culture even, like, because like your parents like, I didn't come to this country so you can goof around. I didn't come to this country so you can try to be a DJ. Like, you know, like, they want us to be doctors, lawyers.
Like, you know, like they want us to be doctors.
I would probably normally cut this phrase.
Like, you know, like,
but it's almost like a laugh, like it's substituting a laughter because this, you couldn't really just have this breath on its own.
Be a DJ.
You know, that doesn't make sense. It's almost like, you know, covering up laughter. So it's, you kind of
like, you know, like
they want us to be doctors, lawyers, engineers, right? And so it's encouraging failure, but like at the end of the day, I loved it.
At the end of the day,
I loved it. So the failure didn't matter. And so if you love acting, love it. I see actors
damn mic bump.
Samuel Jackson.
Get rid of some of this.
Samuel
Jackson didn't break until he was like late 40s, early 50s. I always remember that because I'm like, Samuel Jackson, one of the biggest blockbuster stars in this industry, you know? And like, look at Kiki Kwan.
And like, look at Kiki. And like, look at Kiki
Kwan. Like, what a story.
Like, what a story.
What a story. Loved it as a kid. Couldn't do it. The industry didn't want it, but he still loved it. When he
did. Couldn't do it.
Don't want to interrupt his breath, but I did want to cut a little bit after the breath.
Couldn't do it. The industry didn't want it, but he still loved it. When he came back, loved it. That's why we're all cheering him on, you know? And this is a side note.
You know?
Cheering
him on.
And this is a side note, but maybe a year before he made...
But...
Maybe a year before he made Everything Everywhere All at Once, I was interviewing him.
Everything Everywhere All at Once. I was interviewing him at the Fan Expo in Calgary, because that's where I was living. I was interviewing him, Sean Astin, and Corey Feldman as the Goonies reunion, because I did a lot of corporate hosting. I'm really good, and I'm a fan, so I love interviewing people in shows. And I see him, and he comes up, and he's like,
what are you doing here?
That's not long enough. Yep.
And he hugged me and said, I'm so proud of you. And he said, all the young Asians are making me get the itch to go back to acting because I love it so much. Right? 2 years later.
Right?
I'm guessing there was a response.
me get the itch to go back to acting because I love it so much.
Stop.
Right?
Yeah, we'll keep that. That right is not him responding to himself. So we will keep it.
Stop.
Right? 2 years later.
He wins an Academy Award. Like, you gotta love it, no matter what.
You gotta love
it, no matter what the obstacles are, whether it's you, your family, whether it's the industry saying we don't want you, you have to love it. And you may not be successful. And Key Quad's an example. He may never have been successful again, but he loved it. So he was fulfilled in what he did, and he was always gonna, always had the hankering to get back. And goddamn, how good was it when he got back, right? And so, yeah, I always tell people, I'm like,
And so,
yeah, I always tell people, I'm like, you love it? You love Ron Hour? You love being on set? And so this past season, my little son, 6 years old, booked a role in the show. He auditioned, no role. He's a trick-or-treater in the Halloween episode. Very excited for you to see that.
We do
Try to get rid of that breath. See how that's
excited for you to see that. We do an episode. Very excited for you to see that. We do 3 takes. And
he's like, Dad, can we go home? I was like, what? He's like, are we done? Are we done? I was like, buddy, those 3 takes weren't even your coverage. It was someone else's coverage. You gotta do it. We do the scene like maybe 20, 30 times because of all the coverage. At the end, he's done. He's wrapped for the day. He looks at me, he's like, Dad, let's go home. I said, oh, buddy, I gotta stay all day. He's like, till when? I'm like, 1 a.m. I gotta stay till 1 a.m. tonight. He's like, oh. And I think in that moment, he realized, 1, how hard that's working. So that moment there. But 2, he doesn't love it yet. It's not for him. He doesn't love it. Afterwards, like, he didn't bring out audition again or like a Bravo thing. Like, you want to do this? He's like, no, I'm good. He's like, he knows it. And I'm like, great. He doesn't love it. I'm not gonna make him do it. I'm not gonna make him do it. You gotta love it no matter what. Love what you do. That's really
what you do.
What
you do.
Get rid of some of that.
Love what you do.
That's really good advice for any career. That's really
good advice for any career. I really, really receive what you're saying. And just before we close out, where can we and our listeners find and support you and your work?
just before and
Can't get rid of it. It sucks.
and just before
Maybe we can get rid of the breath completely. Oops.
and just before
No, sounds too abrupt.
and
just before we close out, where can we and our listeners find and support you and your work?
Follow me on Instagram.
I don't know. I usually just get rid of these at the uhs at the very start of a sentence. Sometimes you kind of need them.
Follow me on Instagram.
You might kind of need this one.
Follow me on Instagram.
Again, with the kind of the way his, and then, so like just the way his mouth is shaped.
Follow me on Instagram.
I think you need it.
At Andrew Fung Peach.
At Andrew Fung.
I think we get rid of this one.
Instagram at Andrew Fung Peach. Instagram at Andrew
Fung Peach.
Yeah.
Follow Run the Birds Instagram.
G
Oh, consonant. G.
P-H-U-N-G. Follow Run the Burbs Instagram account.
Watch us on Hulu. Watch Kim Convenience on Netflix.
Oh, I love it.
Run the Burbs on Hulu. Watch my boy Sinu in the 9,000 movies he's coming out. Watch Last Airbender.
Last Airbender.
Let's see.
Watch Last Airbender. And I know you're gonna
review that. With Paul Stanley. I know you're gonna review that. Because like him and I would talk like every few days when he was shooting that. And his facial hair was growing out. I'm like, dude, this is so exciting. And I remember when that show was announced, it was one of the rare times fans did the dream casting, and every dream cast was him in there. And I was like, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. So excited. Watch our work, consume our work. Support us, tweet, share.
Support us, tweet, share. Support us, tweet.
Share, but yeah, we can watch it there. And genuinely, like a show like Kim.
A show like Kim's going.
In the US, there was no marketing budget. It was all word of mouth. Right now, I'm seeing it with Run the Birds. Seeing people like on Twitter, like, yeah, someone recommended it to me. What is the show? These main characters are me. Like, I love it. And so it's just finding our audience. And so please share word of mouth. But honestly,
Timing is pretty tight.
share word of mouth. But honestly, like, thank you for the work you do. Like,
there's so few reviewers right now. There's less and less reviewers.
Can I
mouth,
replay?
but on.
I think I probably can.
Share word of mouth. But honestly, like, thank you for word of mouth. But honestly, like, thank you.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
So please share word of mouth. But honestly, like,
thank you for what you do. Like, there's so few reviewers. Right?
There's so few reviewers.
That's swallow.
Right now, there's
less and less reviewers, and as I said earlier, less reviewers of color who can actually see something and just like take a moment to dissect it and properly evaluate it for what it's trying to be.
It's sort of is another show on CBC.
Whoa, there's a lot here.
you know, it's sort of is another show on CBC that
We might even need to keep. We might need to keep that just because of.
A sort of is a.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
A sort of.
There's another show on CBC that I love that's on HBO Max, and it's like, well, firstly, Canada makes like just amazing television, right? For a show like Sort of to exist, but like a show like Sort of, a show like us, a show like Shift, a show like Kim's, we all represent this country, right? All very different shows. And so, as you said, we held working moms, as you said, held you over in COVID. Now that quarantine and COVID is over, please keep watching our work because that's really what will help us continue to make the television for you.
Television for you.
I love.
For you. For you.
Yeah, there's that little mic bump, but I gotta keep it.
I love that call to action. We will absolutely keep supporting, and we will also make sure to have all the links in the description when this comes out. Thank you so much.
Absolutely keep supporting, and we will also make sure.
No, this is basically one word.
We will also make sure to have all the links in the description when this comes out. And thank you so much for joining us.
Yes,
Yeah, thank you for having me. And is it?
Okay, don't need that, obviously. They said this at the same time, so I'm gonna separate that.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
For joining us.
Yes, thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you for.
Kind of has that weird noise there.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Great. Okay. Wow, there we go. An episode that is cut and ready to go, ready for mixing. And that is what we will get up to next. All right, I am back. Took a break, had some lunch, did some other stuff. I am ready to rock. Let's get this episode finished up. All right, so we finished off with, we just finished the cutting of everything, the editing of the episode. We have it ready to go. We just need to do the mixing and mastering process and check how it looks at the end, and check how it sounds at the end, and we should be good to go. So we got through the hard part. We got through the time-consuming part, I should say. So we're on the home stretch. All right. First thing we need to do is let's get everything highlighted in here. So I'm going to hit Control A to highlight everything. Go over here to Properties and 0 dB. So everything's now at the loudness that it was recorded at. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is first I'm going to show you what I have for my vocals bus. I'm going to go to my presets and go to bass point bus. All I have is an Ozone 11 effects rack, and I have 2 effects on it. And this is an Isotope product. You can purchase Ozone 11 from Isotope. I have a vintage tape plugin, and that is just adding that little tiny bit of tape hiss, you could call it, in the background of all of these clips. And that's just to add that little bit of cohesion. You can see there's a little bit of input drive, so there's a little bit of compression happening, just barely a little. And that's just to add a little bit of cohesion, so if there ever is complete and total silence, like we went through on the editing part, then there will be that little bit of tape hiss happening. So it sounds a little bit like room tone almost. And then we have a maximizer, which is kind of like the opposite, like the exact opposite of a compressor. So if you think of a compressor as compressing all of the loud parts down, and then you raise all the gain all at once, what a maximizer is doing is it's finding all of the quiet parts and raising all of those quiet parts to be on the same level as the loud parts. So it's doing the same thing as a compressor, but just kind of opposite of each other. And I have all of my settings here. You can take a look at. It's not gonna be the exact same. I have all of mine set up to a specific threshold, and I don't usually change them. What I do is, instead of changing all of the thresholds and all of the things on here, what I do is change the gain in the clips on the timeline in order to match the thresholds that I already have for the effects. All right, so since the guest talks the most, let's start with him. So I'm going to go over here to base point. I have 9 effects in my signal chain. Most of them are doing very little. I try and keep everything very subtle, but there's a lot of like redundancies. Not redundancies, but there's similar effects happening one after another to help smooth it out, to make it sound a little bit more natural, not so processed. If there's several effects doing something very small, that sounds a little bit more natural, a little bit better to the ear than one, say, compressor just absolutely compressing the crap out of it. So that's why I have a bunch of stuff in the effects rack. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pick a random point where I think this is kind of his average speaking voice, right about here, let's say. And then what I do is I have all of these effects over here on the effects rack, set up to a specific threshold. So what I'm going to do is set this CLA 2A compressor, and I'm going to find to where this is just barely compressing at all. It's going to -1, maybe -2, reduction, attenuation, if you will. And then that should help the rest of these effects do what they are supposed to do with the threshold that they're set at.
Her audition, sitting in a chair, eating popcorn, and I'm like,
yeah. So what I'm going to do is highlight all of his clips just on the bottom. Make sure I have everything highlighted, and then I'm going to be changing the gain through the properties menu
to do all that. Or even the scene, we did an episode in season 2 where it's done in real time. It's done in 22 minutes. They're trying to get out of the house, which, if anyone knows, like if you're a family trying to leave the house, is like one of the hardest things in the world, especially during a snowstorm. And so many moments in that episode are improvised because it was almost shot like a play because the way the lighting rig had to be done, we were kind of going in and out of scenes. So yeah, it's always just like, and I think performers are really comfortable with their directors. And so our directors are really open to improvisational comedy, as long as it doesn't break apart the script. Like it has to honor the script, like whatever.
And you can hear the noise gate kicking in a little bit when it's not supposed to, so we'll fix that.
Everything has to break the right way.
Right now, I'm just looking at this, making sure this isn't kicking in too much. I just want it barely working here. So you can see right now it's at like 1.5.
And I'll even say this, like,
it jumped up a lot there, but that was kind of a loud bit right there. So this loud bit,
oh my God, I'm so thankful you didn't
went all
tell
the way
me
to
this.
-5.
Like within the first week, we were almost gonna have to recast my son. Like that's the miracles that.
Let's fix the noise gate. Threshold is a little bit too high. I got to change that in my preset. Oh my gosh. Let's turn that down to 54.
Oh, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so thankful you didn't tell me this. Like within the first week, we were almost gonna have to recast my son. Like that's the miracles that have to finish. And I just joked, I'm like, oh man, could we have started the series with like a son in mind, and it becomes a 3-person family? There's no son, it's just a daughter. It's like, because we lost the son, and he was the first person we cast. So it's just like a miracle. But yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, it's kicking in a little bit much, but I think but he's pretty dynamic too, so we're probably going to want a little bit more compression on his voice, because he has these really, really quiet parts here, and then these really, really loud parts here. So we're probably going to want a little bit more compression from him anyways. So the gain looks pretty good on the clips. So this this is set right to me. And then we messed with the noise gate here. I'm just using the Audition noise gate, the one that comes with Audition. You notice I don't have the compressor on and I don't have the expander on. All I have is the auto gate, or the noise gate here. I think that Audition's noise gate is actually pretty good. I have not felt a need to explore different noise gates. I think this one's pretty good. Then I have a little bit of DS happening, RX8 DS. And I have -6 dB as the threshold. And then my cutoff frequency is about 4200, and we can move that around depending on who the speaker is.
He does is so good. Ali Hassan, who plays Ramesh, Jonathan Langdon, who plays Hudson, my neighbor.
I'll put the S only to make sure this is cutting the stuff that we want.
She has a big YouTube.
Yeah, and I think that sounds pretty good. We don't want too much from this one. It's mostly just kind of those, those S high frequency sounds, which is good, which is what we want. So I think 4200 hertz is pretty good. 4.2 kilohertz. Then we have our first EQ here. In this one, we will go through back to here. In this, you might want to loop him talking here so you can just continuously listen. And then what I do is I'll listen to this, EQ, and then try and find a different spot, EQ, and make sure it all sounds pretty good. So I'll show you kind of what I do. And normally my thought process here in the EQ is to get a bell curve going here and listen to specific frequencies, sweep through like this to find any resonant frequencies, and then we can kind of widen it out from there and really tone in this voice. And we have another EQ coming, so we don't need to do too much for this one. Again, we want to keep it kind of subtle. The sum is greater than the parts. So we'll just keep this kind of subtle and try and find some resonances that are happening in his voice.
This comes down to the writing. Well, firstly, with the casting, it's like casting people are going to be dynamite. And so, obviously, like
Oh, you know what we didn't do? When we were setting this up, the template is we did not send anything to our vocals bus. So if we click over here to inputs and outputs, so right now we were on the effects panel. If we go to inputs and outputs, it's all outputting directly to the master track. What we want to do is output to our vocals bus. All of our vocal channels, we want to output to our vocals bus. And that will just, right now it's going to add that compression, and it's going to add a little bit more gain, quite a bit more gain to this track. So we can hear what this compressor is, or what this EQ is doing a little bit better.
My favorite is like, they'll watch the pilot episode and be like, I didn't expect that from your wife. Like, I didn't expect Camille to be such a badass. And it was really important that when we set the pilot, we made it very clear that Andrew and Camille were 50-50. They're equally irresponsible, equally responsible, equal in the game. And one of my favorite lines from season 3 is we look at each other and we say to each other, I'll support your bad idea if you support my bad idea. And we're like, deal. And
that noise gate.
Equal in the game. And one of my favorite lines from season 3 is we look at each other and
I still love that noise gate. It's coming on a little bit too much here.
And one of my favorite lines from season 3 is we look at each other and we say to each other, I'll support your bad idea if you support my bad idea. And we're like, deal. So it's the bad idea. But they got each other's
you hear that kind of like bell-like tone. That's if I isolate that, you can kind of hear it's almost like a whistle, but within this frequency range. That's what you call resonance, and you want to get rid of those. So
back no matter what.
You want to really pinpoint it.
Many of the kids that were auditioning for the show had been raised through like a Disney system where like, okay, let me explain it. It's like
right there, but it's not too bad. So I don't want to, I'm just going to attenuate this by about 3.75 dB, and we'll keep going.
The way they were doing the lines was very much like, oh, when are you going to be home from school? Like, it was just a very, there's like a Disney-esque thing, which isn't bad because I really appreciate and value Disney shows, but it's a bit of like trying to break that out of them. So with Zariah, she literally did her auditions. Teenager, and I found out later on that.
Oh yeah, here's one. That one might be a tiny bit worse, so we'll attenuate that by almost 5.
Zariah hadn't done any of those Disney classes. She was like, her mom had trained her, and her.
You don't want to get too narrow of a band for EQ, because as soon as you like attenuate this, it's going to really start to accentuate the frequencies like on this side of the band and on this side of the band. So if we keep it a little bit looser here, then it just kind of smooths out those curves a little bit, so it doesn't quite accentuate these the curves there. So that's why I'm not going totally skinny here. I'm not going to a band of 40. We're setting our band at about 15, 14. Maybe even less than that, 13.
Mom's an actress, so I just felt like she hadn't gone through that system.
Checking through the frequency band here, I'm raising the gain by about 9, maybe 10 dB, so I can really start to hear those resonances and pick them out.
And then with Roman, he had come through the Disney side. He had done the kids' TV shows, but there was like this innocence about him that was just so charming. And then we knew that we're like, okay, if he spends time with us, we can get him on board. We can get him in the system. And he's so funny. Like, he's at his funniest when I tell him to stop trying to act like what.
With my ear, everything from about 387 to maybe here, maybe a little bit less. Maybe like 650.
What he thinks we want, just to be himself.
Everything from there it sounds a little bit resonant. It sounds a little bit rough. So what I'm going to do is go against my own advice here. And I'm going to start with a little bit of a wider cut. Only about 3 decibels. Not huge, but that's just to kind of correct some of that resonance. So hopefully some of that gets scooped out there. So I'm going to do from 380 to, about 800 or so. That's all going to be kind of scooped out there.
And the stuff he does is.
And then what I'll do is just.
So good.
AB.
Ali Hassan, who plays Ramesh. Jonathan Langdon, who plays Hudson, my neighbor. I knew it was him even before we did the scene. Like, we got in a room and I just was like, we were just like, firstly, Zoom. We like, because this show was launched in COVID. So I didn't meet any of the cast members until we were on set. But like, yeah,
that sounds better to me.
Even just in the back and forth, I was like, this is my guy. And so, yeah, we're just like, Julie Noki was a writer on the show. She has a big YouTube channel. And so it was easy to work with her. And Raki was also a writer on season 1. So like, for us, it was like looking people that are really close knit. But in regards to casting, like we're really thoughtful in who we cast, because like I think at times like we cast firstly like a lot of people we cast are from the improv world, so it's people we perform with. So recently I did a show with a performer, got off stage, texted Nilu, the showrunner, and was like, so and so, and she's like 100%. Offer was made 2 days later. I'm always looking people, and like on Instagram, I'll be like, someone will like, you know, like the show, and I'll be like, yo, come play with us next season. And they're like, yeah, and I'm like, let's make it work. So I got like a little running list of people we like. But then even in auditions, if there are auditions for other roles that like Kimmy Trong, my sister on the show, had auditioned to play Sam, who's played by Julie Noki, I wrote down, she's Vietnamese.
This was pretty harsh here, 2,300.
I saw the last name. She is Vietnamese. She's really good. Bring her in for the callback for my sister. She was giving me the good. And so we're always like looking at people, and like sometimes it's like a 2 or 3 season thing where like someone we cast at the season 3 was like literally sent in a tape of season 1 that I'm like, we got to find the right role for them. So it comes with the writing, it comes from the casting. When you have good people, you could like give them things. You could like just like be like, go do this thing. And I don't know, like, because Cardinal Official is in the pilot episode, but I don't like Cardinal Official was like, he wasn't in the US for a very long time. And so, but Cardinal is like a big Hall of Fame rapper up in Canada, still very young. But like, he was one where I'm like, oh, I don't know if he's going to be funny. Like, we don't know. We offered him the role. We just straight up, because we wanted Cardinal on the set. Alicia Young, our director, was like, Cardi, can you sing this line? And Cardi's like, okay, and just does it. And at one point, he's sitting with Jonathan and I. He's like, you guys are hilarious. Bring me back. And I was like, okay, we'll bring you back. So,
all right, yeah, that sounds pretty good. And we'll listen again on and off, turn this EQ on and off, make sure it sounds good.
It's just having a great cast, and then the writing, you're aware of what they're capable of. But I also go back to supporting the performers. Like in season 3, we made a big jump for the kids. Like we just like, the thing is, Kia's turning 16, 17. Leo's turning 13. We got to see them grow. And obviously, like, also with Kia's storylines, like...
All right, yeah, that sounds good. So that is the first EQ. And again, we'll have another EQ in there, so that wasn't all of it. Then I have Soothe 2, which is kind of like another EQ, but it's like a dynamic EQ that is cutting the resonances on its own. I have it only cutting about 3 dB with the sharpness and selectivity that are on the lower side. Make sure it's not doing too much. But I think this really helps soothe out or smooth out the audio.
Her storylines with her relationships are going to evolve and get bigger, right? And so we needed Zariah as the performer to take that jump. We hired an acting coach to be on set with them. And he did such a wonderful job, Doug, like just working through the scenes, teaching them the nuances of comedy. Zariah took an improv class like during the year with adults. Like I set her up with like a theater company that I thought was really good. She went and did the classes. Roman was doing Second City. Like these kids, like.
Yeah, so you can see it's not cutting a ton, cutting about -3 decibel, and it's always changing where it's cutting, depending on what the audio sounds like. Now I have another instance of Ozone 11 effects rack here. I have a match EQ, another EQ. Oh, you know what I did not explain? In this equalizer, I have a high pass filter on this side at about 88 hertz. And so it's cutting everything below 88 hertz because that's not really useful in human speech. There's nothing really useful. It's just low grumbles, resonance, any kind of hums that might be happening in the audio. So we just cut that stuff out at about 88 hertz. It's usually about 100, maybe 90. I do 88 because of the slope that's happening here, so I don't want to cut too much above 100 or above 90. Over here, same exact thing. It's about 10.7 kilohertz. Anything above that is pretty useless. It's just it's kind of like airy sounds that are not useful in the human speech, in the human voice. So that brings us back to Ozone 11 with this EQ. So I have another flat high pass filter here and a low pass filter here. That's at 11 kilohertz here and 85 here. We have a compressor working here. It's not doing a ton. You'll see it's compressing the thresholds at minus 22 dB, and then anything above minus 9.7 dB, it is hitting the limiter, which is a much harder compressor. So anything, if it should be hitting between in this zone right here. And you can see on my other settings, the limiter's at a 10-to-1 ratio, so it's pretty harsh. It has a fairly quick attack and release, and then soft knee. And then my compressor is at a 3-to-1 ratio with both a pretty quick attack and release and a medium knee, you could call it. An exciter to add just a little bit of saturation, a little bit of character, a little bit of a different character to the voice, and then another instance of the vintage tape, so neither one of them are working too hard, and we want that little bit of tape hiss, if you will. All right, for the match EQ, I have a reference track that is from Sam Harris's podcast, Making Sense. I really like the way his podcast sounds. I like the tonal quality of the microphones. I think it sounds very, very nice. So I just used that as a reference track. It created an EQ curve based on how that podcast sounds. So that will be, I will use that as a reference for this podcast. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna place the playhead at the beginning of where he starts talking, and then start to capture. We're gonna record this spectrum on here.
Season
We're gonna
1,
let
2,
this
3,
do
we've
this
had
for a
wonderful
little while.
showrunners. Season 2, Anthony Q. Farrell came on board. He wrote on The Office, showrunner of the year up in Canada. I think he was one of the first or like only Black writers on The Office for a long time. And so having him to kind of like, and he's a dad like me. He's like very much like me. So him and I always having conversations. In season 3, Nilu Handa came up as a writer in season 1 and 2. Now co-showing with Jenica Harper. Again, lived in the suburbs. Jenica's a mom. Nilu is a South Asian woman. Her and I came up through.
Okay, that's pretty good there. You just need a couple seconds to make sure. Once this spectrum stops moving a bunch, and it settles in, then you can let it be. And what I'll do is take it to about 100 hertz, where we don't really need it. Anything below 100 hertz, we don't really need that. Same thing with up here, maybe like 12, 11 hertz. Because Sam Harris's podcast is in person, you have the raw recordings from the microphone, so you have a lot more information up here. Because usually I'm editing podcasts that are recorded online, you lose a little bit of that information above 12 to 15 kilohertz. And like I said, there's not a ton of great information for the human ears up there anyways. I usually turn the smoothing down a little bit to about 20-22%, and the amount kind of the same thing, around 20-19. That looks pretty good there. And you can see we're fairly close up here above 2K. It gets a little bit a lot of cuts and stuff here, but that's good. That's okay. We're looking to match the tonal quality of a podcast that I respect and a podcast that I think has a good audio quality. So another EQ here. This one I'm like barely doing anything with. I want to just make really wide cuts or make really wide EQ gains.
We improv together. We have a great relationship, and so it's like just building a really great.
And I'm sweeping through just to make sure if something sounds, if I really like the quality of that frequency range, or if I don't like the quality of that frequency range. I'm just turning this band up to about 4 or 5 dB, making sure I like or dislike that, and I will edit accordingly.
Team. I have a wonderful assistant. Her name is Alexa. And it's so funny because every time I say Alexa, someone's like, "Do you mean like the app? Is your assistant just like a Google app?" No, I'm like, "No, it's like a real person." She like works lines with me, and
I like the higher end here. I like the sound of this.
she's always like, her and I do improv together. I did improv together for years, and she's always like giving me tips. I'm like, she's like, "It'd be really funny if you did this." So season 3, Andrew,
And I'm adding 1.3 gain decibels of gain here. So not a ton, but I like the tonal quality of his voice in the upper range there.
really leans into being like a dad who's just trying. So she's like, "Okay, do a thing where like when you're talking to the kids, you try to dab and like make eye contact, like you're just like unsure, and it comes out so sad and pathetic, and it's so funny." And we used to let millennials try to talk to their kids. So like
A little bit muddy here. I'm gonna attenuate that.
her. So it's really just having an amazing team. And obviously, CBC and Pier 21.
You want to be careful down here because that's where a lot of the information lies. So you don't want to thin it out too much.
Company are great, but I will say this: it's hard. And I remember in season 1, I was a few times I was like really.
It sounds a lot more full, I think, with this on. It sounds a little bit thin without this match EQ and this EQ and the compressor.
Struggling. Like I was like stressed. Firstly, I was
Compressor should be all of these settings should be good because we set them to the right gain. I want to see it just going above this every once in a while, and I don't really want to see it hitting this limiter. If it does, it's probably at like a really loud part in the audio. As a matter of fact, we'll check that.
get it secondhand because firstly, when they say like HBO Max or I don't even get Hulu. I don't even get Hulu up in Canada, so I had to like ask a friend. I'm like, "Can you screenshot the Hulu page? Because I can't. I can't even VPN or."
Yeah, it didn't even hit the threshold there. Is there a louder part?
Is that cool? She's like, as a Chinese woman growing up in a this is too real. So in rehearsal, she's just working me with this slipper, and I'm like, we cut to the teacher on the inside. They're more than a teacher. The teacher's like, "I got a dark past. All right, a former Green Beret. Like like that's usually
Okay, yeah, didn't it's not hitting the threshold, and it's just reaching over the threshold here for the compressor. So the compressor's not doing a ton, but it's doing enough. And then the exciter, what I usually like to do is just I click on all these presets and just kind of click through whichever one I think sounds
and then we would do the whole. Actually, we would play all the characters, and so
because I like the high end frequency range on his voice, I might try sizzle.
There's one scene in particular. I always played a gang that was trying to take down the teacher, and the gang was always a family, and there was always like 12 siblings, and I played all 12 siblings. I would name all the characters. We all had different weapons, and so like that's thousands of hours of me working on improv. He saw the best version of myself. CBC saw the best version of me, and the reason I got lock it because like my journey is different from your journey.
Don't like thick and fuzzy.
Like I booked Kim's Convenience at 29. I didn't think TV and film was going to be my thing. So much of my work was in live stage work, improv comedy, hosting, corporate emceeing. And so I booked Kim's out of a Fringe Festival show. Like Inns Troy
Vintage high end is a little bit too much.
Fringe show, saw me do improv, and then got me to audition for Kim's Convenience. So I'm like, what's important though from that story is like, he didn't come.
More mid-range, I think, is a little too muddy.
It wasn't just being lucky. He didn't come and just watch a show. He came and saw my show.
I think sizzle sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good to me. Vintage tape should be good. I have the input drive set to 13, and then all of these other settings here. That should be okay. And then we have another compressor, the API 2500.
That I had.
This is a Waves plugin.
Spent hundreds of hours.
And again, this one shouldn't be hitting too much. I think this is the hardest compressor that I do have, meaning that this one will be kicking in more than the other ones. The ratio is still only at 3-to-1. We have a fairly quick attack and a fairly quick release. We'll check to see how often it's hitting, especially in
We
this
present
loud
to
part.
you the teacher. And it's like sets up where like we're playing all the characters. So like the one character is teaching one day, and then there's like a bomb threat at the school, and the teacher has to like shut down the class. And then like they're just like, there's a teacher on the inside. They're more than a teacher. The teacher's like, I got a dark past. All right, a former Green Beret. Like like that's usually, and then we would do the whole action. We would play all the characters. And so there's one.
Yeah, great. It never really gets above -3 dB of attenuation, even on these super loud parts. So that's great. I have another DS here at 4 kilohertz.
Scene in particular, I always played.
Yeah, I'm just messing around here, but just see what that sounds like. I don't think I ever tried it that low. I think that sounds great. What it's cutting out. That sounds like exactly what we are looking for. Vocal Rider. This isn't doing a ton because he's a little bit more dynamic. I might move the range up a little bit. So what I have is my vocal sensitivity at 2.2. It's reacting slowly. And I have the range from +2 dB to -2 dB. And that means that every time it goes above or below this threshold that you see here, it will either raise or lower kind of the fader. It's always moving the fader around.
And the reason I got there is because I spent all that time doing it because I loved it. So I tell people like.
So what I'm going to do now is look at the loudness meter, and I would have this probably on my second screen, but I'll leave it here so you guys can look at it. And I'll set this to about the length of the episode, which is, let's say, an hour. It's about an hour. And I'll listen through for a little while, 30 seconds, a minute, see what the LUFs are looking like, the loudness, and I will adjust everything accordingly.
My biggest piece of advice is like, don't look at acting if that's what you're looking at, or directing or whatever, and see like the glitz and the glamour, because that is literally 0.0% of the work. Like that award show or that cool premiere happens one night out of the year, and it's filled with many, many sleepless nights or long days. So you have to love what you do. And so when I started doing improv when I was 16, I was told repeatedly by people around me, you're not going to be an actor. There's no funny Asians. And I did it because I loved it. I did it not because I was trying to be a funny Asian. I did it because I just loved it. And it didn't really matter whether or not I made it, because it was like my side hustle. Improv was like my side hustle. I had a job. I went to university. I had a full 9-to-5, a career that I loved. And it wasn't until 2012 where like my side hustle was actually bringing in the same amount of money that my job was bringing in. And it just was saying yes to opportunities. And it was just trying to get better and better. And I had some rough shows, like some terrible shows. But my artistic director at the time would say things like, well, you get to come back next week and try it again. You're allowed to fail.
All right. Yeah. So we're pretty quiet right now. And I think it's just because he's in a quiet part. But I'll tell you what, we're about 2 LUFs, 1.7 LUFs, a little too quiet. So I am actually going to raise this by quite a bit. I'm going to go up to 5 decibels and 5 decibels below. So on these quiet parts, it will raise the audio by quite a bit more.
Developing other projects. So I'm really excited. A couple projects I'm involved with right now. And it's like, that's the cycle. You're working on other things. And so what I usually try to do is I try to do a couple features every year. I have 2 features that I did last year that I'm really excited about. A comedy where it's like the Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys were like kids, teenagers, and they solved crimes, but they witnessed a lot of murders. They grow up and they're really messed up from all the murders they've witnessed. like it's solved. So that's a comedy that we finished last summer. And then I made a movie that is about gambling addiction in the Asian community, which is like a very serious addiction, but it's not a comedy. And I remember shooting this, and I had just come from Run the Burbs. So like I was like fresh, a week off Run the Burbs, making this movie.
All right. I like the amount that we are moving this fader because he's such a dynamic speaker. It's going to be kind of difficult to hit this right on the minus 16 LUFS. I'm going to move this down 1 dB.
And we do a scene, and the director comes up and she's like, "Hey, Andrew, if you can you play this scene like 90% less funny?" And I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "You mine every line for comedy. So you're making the crew laugh. It's just too funny." And I'm like, "My apologies. I just came from I need to like really dull it down, play the drama there." So we made that. I'm really excited about it. I've heard nothing but great things. That's with Olivia Chang from Warrior on HBO Max, Netflix. It was canceled on HBO Max. Wait, it was on Showtime, went to HBO Max, and is now on Netflix. Y'all streaming situation in the US is bonkers. It's like that one friend
on
keeps
this
moving, and I'm
part,
like, "Where do you live now?"
We're going to be a little bit louder. It's at minus 15 LUFS right now.
And Terry Chen, who's starring in Wild Cards right now on the CW. So like really excited for that project. But yeah, developing a couple projects, because something I've loved off the Run the Burbs is like, I think one of the skills I've developed and learned is like the ability to create. I'm really good at writing episodes that fit certain time frames, budget numbers.
Should even back out to minus 16.
And I think I'm really good at developing series. So like that's what I'm interested in now. So, and in order for our stories to be told, it's like we often ask like, what do we got to do representation? It's not more diverse actors. There are many.
All right, yeah, this is great. That looks good to me. On the louder parts, it was probably minus 15 LUFS. On the quieter part, it was minus 17 and a half. So that'll even out to about minus 16. All right, now Me Too was very compressed. If you remember, we had a lot of clipping happening, and we did the best we could. The maximizer should help a little bit, but it's going to be a little bit more compressed. So we don't want the compressors doing a whole lot. So what we're going to do, again, we're going to highlight all of her clips. We're going to play at the beginning of one of her talking. Check out the compressor here.
You sharing that.
Oh, that's compressing a lot already. So let's move this down.
Before we get into some of our questions, I didn't even think about, you and your family having barbecue in that first episode. But my family also immigrated to the US, or to North America, I should say. And one of the first foods they fell in love with was barbecue. And my mom actually worked at a barbecue restaurant and became like something of a pitmaster as one of her first jobs in the US. So she has like a secret barbecue recipe that she uses. So similarly, I could, if there were like a show about my life, someone would be like, there's no way these East Africans would sit down and have like ribs. But actually, my mom's ribs are really, really good.
All right, that looks good. We want this to be compressing even less than usual. So we're like barely, not even really hitting minus 1 dB of attenuation. Again, I could hear that noise gate kicking in a little bit too hard on the breaths.
These East Africans would sit down and have like ribs, but actually my mom's ribs are really, really good.
How dare they be proficient with meat? You know what I mean? Like,
of telling stories with specificity, I feel like we got to see a lot of that on Kim's Convenience and now with Run the Burbs.
I think I'm going to move hers down a little bit to about 38. Just because I want to catch a little bit more of those S's, because her microphone and just where she is, I think, and a little bit of her voice too, is like, it's a little bit of a harsher, higher frequency for her. So I want to catch a little bit more of those higher frequencies.
It's cool to hear how you
and attenuate those. All right, so let's Whoops. Let's get this EQ going. We'll try over here. We'll loop it.
Spotlight it.
That is so cool to think about, the fact that you started this show on Zoom, or the makings of it on Zoom, because I think about the chemistry that you and the cast have, and I know that you call out the characters of Hudson and Leo, and I think about with Hudson, I was just rewatching the season 2 finale ahead of our
Doesn't sound good.
conversation, and I think about when you
There it is.
where he's like, I'm growing up, and he has this little a mustache that he's drawn on, and
I'm gonna cut that one by 6. That one was pretty bad.
there's a scene where he gives
Again, you want to be careful when you're cutting around this like 90 to like 350 range, because you can make the voice sound pretty thin pretty easily around this range. But because her track is going to be so compressed, we're not super we have a little room to work with in that regard, so we're not super worried about thinning it out too much. But we still want to be aware of what we're doing.
gives you advice about, we try not to do spoilers on the pilot podcast, but you get an opportunity for a dream job, we'll say, and he tries to kind of dad you, and you get up and you go, and he stays sitting there and he tries to drink a cup of coffee as if he's an adult, like, was a good dad. And just the scene of him like really trying, like picking up that coffee cup, taking a sip, and then being like, gross, I'm actually still a kid. Like, this is disgusting. I was cracking up at that scene. It was just so funny. And you mentioned improv and how you met a few of these people that you get to play with on this show through improv. I'm curious about how much of that you're bringing in. So your cast members are taking classes. How much of your improv expertise is coming into run? That is so cool to think about on Zoom, or the makings of it on Zoom, because I think about the chemistry that you and the cast have, and I know that you call out the characters of Hudson and Leo, and I think about with Hudson, I was just
Does sound pretty bad there.
you need your like bathroom time, and he puts his headphones on, and those scenes, just like how cute you are as friends, how funny, but also just like the intimacy and closeness of your relationship. And then there's the scene with Leo where he's like, I'm growing up, and he has this little a mustache that he's drawn on, and there's a scene where he gives you advice about, we try not to do spoilers on the pilot podcast, but you get an opportunity for a dream job, we'll say, and he tries to kind of dad you, and you get up and you go, and he stays sitting there and he tries to drink a cup of coffee as if he's an adult, like, was a good dad. And just the scene of him like really trying, like picking up that coffee cup, taking a sip, and then being like, gross, I'm actually still a kid, like, this is disgusting. I was cracking up at that scene. It was just so funny. And
We kind of have a harmonics here a little bit. Just trying to find these fundamental resonances.
You mentioned improv and how you met a few of these people that you get to play with on this show through improv. I'm curious about how much of that you're bringing in. So your cast members are taking classes. How much of your improv expertise is coming into run? That is so cool to think about, the fact that you started this show on Zoom, or the makings of it on Zoom, because I think about the chemistry that you and the cast have, and I know that you call out but also just like the intimacy and closeness of your relationship. And then there's the scene with Leo where he's like, I'm growing up, and he has this little a mustache that he's drawn on. And there's a scene where he gives you advice about, we try not to do spoilers in the pilot podcast, but you get an opportunity for a dream job, we'll say. And he tries to kind of dad you, and you get up and you go, and he stays sitting there and he tries to drink a cup of coffee as if he's an adult, like, was a good dad. And just the scene of him, like, really few of these people that you get to play with on this show through improv. I'm
All right, I think that's
curious about how much of
that's as good as we're gonna get here.
that you're bringing in. So your cast members are taking classes. How much of your improv expertise is coming into run? That is so cool to think about. The fact that you started this show on Zoom, or the makings of it on Zoom, because I think about the
I think that sounds better. Zoom Soothe is doing its thing. Match EQ, let's capture the voice.
chemistry that you and the cast have. And I know that you call out the characters of Hudson and Leo. And I think about with Hudson, I was just rewatching the season 2 finale ahead of our conversation. And I think about when you need your like bathroom time and he puts his headphones on, and those scenes, just like how cute you are as friends, how funny, but also just like the intimacy and closeness of your relationship. And then there's the scene with Leo where he's like, I'm growing up, and he has this little a mustache that he's drawn on. And there's a scene where he gives you advice about, we try not to do spoilers in the pilot podcast, but you get an opportunity for a dream job, we'll say. And he tries to kind of dad you, and you get up and you go, and he stays sitting there and he tries to drink a cup of coffee as if he's an adult, like, was a good dad. And just the scene of him, like, really trying, like picking up that coffee cup, taking a sip, and then being like, gross. I'm just processing what you've shared. No, but I'm really grateful for all of these things. And, I'm excited to check out these projects. One of the things that my friends and I always joke about is like when we eventually like process, the quarantine portion of the pandemic, one of the groups of people we have to thank is the Canadians, because like Schitt's Creek, Kim's Convenience, Working Moms, like almost exclusively got me through just being in my house uninterrupted for like a year. And so I'm just excited to keep checking out your projects. Run the Burbs is definitely in that canon of just like very comforting and funny shows, and so excited for these other projects. BJ knows that I'm like obsessed with mysteries. And one of my favorite questions about these like Murder She Wrote and Nancy Drews and things is, what do you do once you've seen like the 10th person die in front of you? Like, what is actually the aftercare for that? And like these small towns and these like Murder She Wrote type stories where it's like, has 20% of the population been like murdered by the butcher? Like, what is happening? And so I'm very, very excited for what you have coming. And we always ask this question to the creatives who we're very grateful to join us for these conversations. What advice do you have for people who want to make it in this creative industry? I saw in your bio that one of the ethos you go by is you learn by failing, but I'm curious if you want to elaborate on that, if you have any other advice. I'm just processing what you've shared. No, but I'm really grateful for all of these things. And, I'm excited to check out these projects. One of the things that my friends and I always joke about is like when we eventually like process, the quarantine portion of the pandemic, one of the groups of people we have to thank is the Canadians, because like Schitt's Creek, Kim's Convenience, Working Moms, like almost exclusively got me through just being in my house uninterrupted for like a year. And so I'm just excited to keep checking out your projects. Run the Burbs is definitely in that canon of just like very comforting and funny shows, and so excited for these other projects. BJ knows that I'm like obsessed with mysteries. And one of my favorite questions about these like Murder She Wrote and Nancy Drews and things is, what do you do once you've seen like the 10th person die in front of you? Like, what is actually the aftercare for that? And like these small towns and these like Murder She Wrote type stories where it's like, has 20% of the population been like murdered by the butcher? Like, what is happening? And so I'm very, very excited.
Turn the threshold down a little bit here because we want less compression.
For what you have coming. And we always ask this question to the creatives who we're very grateful to join us for these conversations. What advice do you have for people who want to make it in this creative industry? I saw in your bio that one of the ethos you go by is you
Again, I think I'm going to even lower this one too, just because it's a little bit harsh and I want to make sure that we're de-essing enough.
learn by failing. But I'm curious if you want to elaborate on that, if you have any other advice. I'm just processing what you've shared. No, but I'm really grateful for all of these things. And, I'm excited to check out these projects. Portion of the pandemic, one of the groups of people we have to thank is the Canadians, because like Schitt's Creek, Kim's Convenience, Working Moms, like almost exclusively got me through just being in my house uninterrupted for like a year. And so I'm just excited to keep checking out your projects. Run the Burbs is that canon of just like very comforting and funny shows, and so excited for these other projects. BJ knows that I'm like obsessed with mysteries, and one of my favorite questions about these like Murder She Wrote and Nancy Drews and things is, what do you do once you've seen like the 10th person die in front of you? Like, what is actually the aftercare for that? And like these small towns and these like Murder She Wrote type stories where it's like, has 20% of the population been?
So I'm going to actually just turn the threshold to 4 on, so it's always attenuating 4 dB, but it's still only ever raising 2 dB. But then we got to move our middle point back up to 0.
Like murdered by the butcher, like what is happening? And so I'm very, very excited for what you have coming. And we always ask this question to the creatives who we're very grateful to join us for these conversations. What advice do you have for people who want to make it in this creative industry? I saw in your bio that one of the ethos you go by is you learn by failing, but I'm curious if you want to elaborate on that, if you have any other advice. I'm just processing what you've shared. An observer looking in, I remember a lot of the difficulty around the ending of Kim's Convenience, and some of the actors speaking out and having some issues. And so it's really cool to hear how you took that as a lesson for how to improve and do even better storytelling on your show. When you mention food, I think about when your wife's character has her first catering job and her potential client, looks at her Instagram and they're
Awesome. Yeah, that looks good. You can see on the vocal rider, I turned the output down to minus 2.9, and then I moved the range as well. And I think we're in a pretty good range here. And obviously, at the very end, we're going to be checking the overall loudness just to make sure we're at minus 16 LUFS before we've totally finished this thing up and send it out. But the loudness meter is just to get a pretty good idea. You can see I'm like kind of spot checking to see where the loudness is for each section of where she's talking. And for someone who's super dynamic like this, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but you just want to get kind of in the middle. Like you saw in the louder parts, we were at about minus 15 LUFS. At the quieter parts, we were at minus 17 or minus 17 and a half. And that's a pretty good range to be in. So BJ, it looks like his is a little bit loud, so we're probably going to have to quiet his down a little bit. Let's do bass point here. Let's bring up the CLA 2A. This is a Waves plugin as well, if you're interested.
Because what you said is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool. And it is really about a happy family. And you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode feeling good, which I feel like we need more shows like that. Me Too and I often talk about the negative things in the world and vent to each other. And sometimes when we watch shows, I just straight up say, I don't want a show all about trauma, especially for minutes to know why that is bad. I can figure that out later.
Yeah, I think that's good. Again, it's only getting to -2 when it gets to the super loud parts of his voice. And BJ is not talking a ton in this episode. So we don't have a ton of opportunities to spot check, but we will when we can. I'm just using this because this looks like the longest part where he talks, the part where he talks the longest, I should say. Again, I'm going to lower this down. I need to change to about 50. Let's go even lower. So it's really only quieting down the really, really quiet parts. Let's do 55.3. It's good.
I think that's so lovely because what you
Yeah, I think that works. De-esser, I think this is 42. I think is pretty good.
Is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode. It is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool. And it is really about a happy family. And you do throw in.
Yeah, this is pretty, it's a pretty light, a pretty bright sounding microphone he's got. So I might lower this just to catch some more of those high-end frequencies. Then we'll check for resonance. This is probably the part that takes the longest.
Some of the trauma, but you end the episode feeling good, which I feel like we need more shows like that. Me Too and I often talk about the negative things in the world and vent to each other. And sometimes when we watch shows, I just straight up say, I don't want a show all about trauma, especially for me, if it's a show all about slavery, being Black in the South. I don't need 30 minutes to know why that is bad. I can figure that out later. And I think it's good that you can bring some of that in, but just remind everyone they're also a loving family just living their lives. And with that,
Sounds
producer, and you're
sounds rough enough.
writing some of the episodes, how do you balance all of
Well, that already sounds better to me.
those roles and star in the show? You're doing a lot.
Oh, it's not easy. It's hard.
I think that's so lovely because what you said is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool. And it is really about a happy family. And you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode feeling good, which I feel like we need more shows like that. Me Too.
We're going to just kind of something similar. We're going to widen this out, and we're going to attenuate a wider range here.
You and I often talk about the negative things in the world and vent to each other. And sometimes when we watch shows, I just straight up say, I don't want a show all about trauma, especially for me, if it's a show all about slavery, being Black in the South. I don't need 30 minutes to know why that is bad. I can figure that out later. And I think it's good that you can bring some of that in, but just remind everyone they're also a loving family just living their lives. And with that and telling that story, you've created the show, you're an executive producer, and you're writing some of the episodes. How do you balance all of those roles and star in the show? You're doing a lot. I think that's so lovely because what you said is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool. And it is really about a happy family. And you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode feeling good, which I feel like we need more shows like that. Me Too and I often talk about the negative things in the world and vent to each other. And sometimes when we watch shows, I just straight up say, I don't want a show all about trauma. And I think it's good that you can bring some of that out later. And I think figure that out later. And I think it's good that you can bring some of that in, but just remind everyone they're also a loving family just living their lives. And with that and telling that story, you've created the show, you're an executive producer, and you're writing some of the episodes. How do you balance all of those roles and star in the show? You're doing a lot. I think that's so lovely because what you said is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool. And it is really about a happy family. And you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode feeling good, which I feel like we need more shows like that. Me Too and I often talk about the negative things in the world and vent to each other. And sometimes when we watch shows, I just straight up say, I don't want a show all about trauma, especially for me, if it's a show all about slavery, being Black in the South. I don't need 30 minutes to know why that is bad. I can figure that out later. And I think it's good that you can bring some of that in, but just remind everyone they're also a loving family just living their lives. And with that and telling that story, you've created the show, you're an executive producer, and you're writing some of the episodes. How do you balance all of those roles and star in the show? You're doing a lot. I think that's so lovely because what you said is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool. And it is really about a
I'm going to widen this out and lower some of this down here. This kind of sounded a little harsh to me.
happy family. And you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode feeling good, which I feel like we need more shows like that. Me Too and I often talk about the negative things in the world and vent to each other. And sometimes when we watch shows, I just straight up say, I don't want a show all about trauma, especially for me, if it's a show all about slavery, being Black in the South. I don't need.
Yeah, that sounds better. Soothe 2 is doing his thing. Let's pull up Ozone 11, get this
30 minutes
captured.
to know why that is bad. I can figure that out later. And I think it's good that you can bring some of that in, but just remind everyone they're also a loving family just living their lives. And with that and telling that story, you've created the show, you're an executive producer, and you're writing some of the episodes. How do you balance all of those roles and star in the show? You're doing a lot. I think that's so lovely because what you said is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool. And it is really about a happy family. And you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode feeling good, which I feel like we need more shows like that. Me Too and I often talk about the negative things in the world and vent to each other. And sometimes when we watch shows, I just straight up say, I don't want a show all about trauma, especially for me, if it's a show all about slavery, being Black in the South. I don't need 30 minutes to know why that is bad. I can figure that out later. And I think it's good that you can bring some of that in, but just
We actually add some of the high end back in here. Looks like we added some here. So maybe I'll
remind everyone they're also a loving family just living their lives. And
some of this stuff didn't sound. And again, this is like 1.7 decibels, 1.6. So it's not a ton.
And with that and telling that story, you've created the show, you're an executive producer, and you're writing some of the episodes. How do you balance all of those roles? And I think that's
Tired.
you on all of that. And speaking of that great support system, you also have a great cast, and I feel like it's a nice balance. One of the things that Me Too and I really enjoyed was that we're moving away from sitcoms where it's like the goofy husband and then the wife who can't get in on the fun as well. So this is a great mix. And what's really cool is you balance everyone's storylines really well. Like it's not just the parents and, oh, we see the kids in the background doing things. Everyone has their own moment to shine and their own plot arc throughout an episode. So how do you I guess, plan ahead to balance everyone in the cast so they get time to shine. I feel you on all of that. To the Pilot Podcast. This week, we have a special episode with a you may recognize previously from Kim's Convenience and now Run the Burbs on CBC and Hulu. Welcome to actor and comedian Andrew Fung.
All right. Yeah, I think he needed a little bit more help in the mid-range, so I just wanted to reflect that with the exciter. And then let's check the loudness meter. The screen feels crowded with this on there. As a matter of fact, I can probably just make this a little bit. We're not really using the spectrograph right now. We'll make this a little bit smaller so we can see just for now. So we can see more on this screen. Let's check the.
Is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode. Is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool, and it is really about a happy family. And you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode is bad. I can figure that out later, and I think it's good that you can bring some of that. You're writing some of the episodes. How do you balance all of those roles and start?
Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. We see we're a little loud on the loudness meter, but that's okay. The de-esser, I think that is actually pretty good. And again, I'm going to keep using this as my reference.
I think that's so lovely because what you said is exactly what I think whenever I watch an episode. Is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool. And it is really about a happy family. And you do throw in some of the trauma, but
okay, interesting. We'll try and move this down 2 decibels, 2.1.
what I think whenever I watch an episode is like, I wish my parents were like that. They seem so cool. And it is really about a happy family. And you do throw in some of the trauma, but you end the episode feeling good, which I feel like we need more shows like that. Me Too and I often talk about the negative things in the world and vent to each other. And sometimes when we watch shows, I just straight up say, I don't want a show all about trauma, especially for me, if it's a show all about slavery, being Black in the South. I don't need 30 minutes to know why that is bad. I can figure that out later. And I think it's good that you can bring some of that in, but just the Pilot Podcast. This week, we have a special episode with a guest you may recognize previously from Kim's Convenience and now Run the Burbs on CBC and Hulu. Welcome to actor and comedian Andrew Fung. I feel you on all of that. And speaking of that great support system, you also have a great cast, and I feel like it's a nice balance. One of the things that Me Too and I really enjoyed was that we're moving away from sitcoms where it's like the goofy husband and then the wife who can't get in on the fun as well. So this is a great mix. And what's really cool is you balance everyone's storylines really well. Like, it's not just the parent and, oh, we see the kids in the background doing things. Everyone has their own moment to shine and their own plot arc throughout an episode. So how do you, I guess, plan ahead to balance everyone in the cast so they get their time to shine?
Okay, yeah, the loudness looks pretty good. You could see a little bit quiet over here, and it was a little bit loud over here, but that's okay. It's never going to be perfect. We just want to get around the really right mark, and then we can check it at the end. We should be pretty close to loudness for all 3 of these tracks. And the only thing that is left is to add the intro and the outro, which theirs is very simple. So I just Control A to highlight everything. And then what I'm going to do is bring up the Pilot Podcast, bring their intro and outro music in. Metadata was found in the file, but it is corrupted and could not be read. That's okay. We don't need the metadata. This is the intro music. We'll drop that on the intro and outro track. And remember, right now, this is the only track that is not being sent to the vocal bus. So this track is not being affected by our maximizer and our vintage tape there. So this should be just the exact. There shouldn't be no change happening to this file right here, because we don't have any effects on it, and it is not being sent to any of our bus tracks. Shift A to make sure we have all of our tracks in view. I'm hitting X to highlight everything. And then we can match that up. And then actually, I usually just do a little bit of overlap here. If you want to hear the...
Welcome to the Pilot Podcast. This week, we have a special episode with a guest you may recognize.
Sounds great. And the outro music at the end.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It's a little quick.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, great. Like I said, their intro and outro is very quick, easy. Just add those two things in the end and the beginning. And then we can export. We are done. So we can go up to File, Export, Multitrack, Mixdown, Entire Session, or we can just hit Control-Shift-E. That will bring up this page, which we will save it as an MP3 because that's what most hosting sites accept. We can change the file name if we want to. Let's say The Pilot Podcast, Andrew Fung _ version 1. And then we would save it to the correct folder here. And we already have this one named that, so we're going to go ahead and name it version 2. And we will wait for the export. All right, we are done with the export. Let's go look at here. We're just kind of looking at the general waveform, which looks pretty good. It might be even a little bit too loud.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
That might be even a little too loud there, so.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
That looks good there.
Try not to do spoilers.
You can tell this is a lot more compressed. You can tell who's talking here.
Very
Here.
and her an opportunity.
That's okay. Can't do much about that. But the waveform looks pretty good. We're going to take this into the match loudness panel here and see what that looks like. And we're right at -16 LUFS here. So the overall loudness is good. The waveform looks good. We're not getting close to -1 dB. There's no huge differences in dynamics here. So we are looking pretty good. I think I'm just saving this one from when we moved the volume of that last outro. And I think this one is looking good. So I think that's it. I appreciate you guys for watching, for sticking around if you watched this whole entire thing. I know this was a super long video, so I appreciate it if you watched the whole thing, and I hope you learned something. And I will see you in the next one.